Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudelli here, and welcome to Ninja Trader Live on this Monday morning. Busy weekend, busy week, a lot to talk about. Joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shukar. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And there's more to Craig than meets the eye, and maybe we'll find out about this soon, too. A lot of rumors flying around. And joining us on the big screen, Junior Soprano's son, senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It is such a great day on the backstop of my Indiana Hoosiers dominating the Oregon Mighty Ducks. Go Hoosiers.
You know what, Jimmy? That's so funny you even brought that up, and we didn't talk about this pre-market, but I do a little bit of college football gambling and pro football gambling, maybe baseball too. That's no problem. No, I have fun with it. I watch the games. I picked Indiana. It was my biggest play this weekend.
Sweet.
See, look at that. I lost the rest of the weekend, but that was the biggest play I had. So, market taketh away and giveth right back. Here we are, Monday morning. And, I put in my morning note, was it Trump's tweet? Was it over leverage? I forget. We'll see what somebody else puts out here in the next few minutes here on social media. It's always something, but again, it's always something, right? And so at the end of the day, does it matter that much? Probably not really, kind of, maybe. We've got President Trump speaking this morning, and of course he, kind of turned things back a little bit in his rhetoric. And why wouldn't we expect this? Again, I bought some crypto over the weekend. If indexes would have opened up lower today, or if they would have been open on the weekend, I probably would have bought some of them too as well, because anytime that they've impacted the market negatively, they've walked it back. This has just been a theme, right? And so if we did think it's that, you have to think at some point they're going to walk it back, and they did, of course, quickly. And, I would say this too. The one thing that I looked at this weekend on the crypto market was the over leverage and just like the craziness of it, and some sad stories, right? I mean, just crazy amounts of money people are losing that obviously didn't have it. But it's like, man, I mean, crypto moves so much. I don't know about you guys. I mean, when I trade crypto, I don't trade it with leverage. I mean, if anything, I'll trade the futures market.
Yeah, I mean, these people are trading it like 25 times.
Soon to be 50 times, as you see in other exchanges. It's just
leverage.
how do you even handle that position? Like, I could afford to lose a few bucks if my risk is pretty good. And I look at these numbers and I'm like, these people are crazy.
Insane.
It's just insane. And so, it's an interesting time when you see something like that happen. It's a reminder of, when markets get to highs, what happens, right? FOMO, using leverage, markets move the way that they do. We'll talk more with you, Craig, about what's kind of going on in equity indexes as you've been talking about this. But before we get into all of that, a lot to talk about. We've got giveaways, 150K. We've got all of the traders and content creators coming to meet down here in our home in Naples.
Yeah.
Taking them all to my country club later this week. That'll be fun. We'll be talking about that. But before we get to all of that, Shai, news.
So we have spot futures at their highest. They're trading at above the futures. Sorry, spot silver is above the futures, trading at 51.46, all new time high. Everybody's been talking about that. Trump obviously tacoed this weekend. He sounded like he wanted to start a trade war again with China on Friday, which obviously the markets did not like. And then, of course, on Sunday, he said, "Don't worry about China. It'll be fine." And then called Chinese President Xi highly respected and said he just had a bad moment, and with the recent rare earth export controls, and emphasized that the U.S. wants to help China, not hurt it. And so obviously we had a big reversal overnight. You had crude gapping up, you had the index markets gapping up, you have gold at all new time highs again. Then, of course, this morning, we had Besant on Fox this morning also trying to calm the markets and saying we're trying to work with China, kind of smooth over the whole situation. No real reaction in the market from what he was talking about earlier at about 7:30. Now, there's a big AI event. Oracle is hosting an event starting today. So we're going to hear a lot about AI and a lot about tech. But this event's a 4-day event in Vegas. And basically they want to use this event to convince the market that the $370 billion stock rally in Oracle has legs. So just be prepared. We're probably going to hear a lot about tech over the next 4 days at the AI World Conference. And these companies are going to try and say, because there's been a lot of questions lately on how much are profit margins really, and kind of the circular nature of these companies. And so they're going to use this kind of event to soothe the naysayers. Then we have some interesting news in corporate profits. It seems that Citigroup Index tracking earnings revisions shows that there are more downgrading estimates versus upgrading estimates for the first time. We've had more upgrade versus downgrade. At the same time, S&P 500 is trading at 22 times forward earnings, above the average over the last decade of nearly 19 times. So what they're worried about is this earnings season could add some volatility in markets that we haven't seen in the past. So we will see that. That's what the analysts are talking about. This morning, Goldman came out and said U.S. consumers are paying more than half of Trump tariffs, saying consumers are likely to shoulder 55% of tariffs costs by the end of the year, and with American companies taking 22% and foreigners absorbing 18%. So they still feel like we are going to see more inflation towards the end of the year, in other words. Speaking of inflation, we are not getting CPI numbers this week. Instead, they will be released October 24th. So that data point is off the books for this week, just as a reminder. We have retraced some of this damage, but it seems that a lot of people think that a full retracement is probably unlikely because of, one, what I was talking about before about earnings, which we're going to get the banks first, but they're worried about earnings, and they said that there's probably going to be more vol control selling into the close today, as Friday's vol spike left a significant market on target exposure. So watch the end of the day trading. We might see some actual movement in the last hour.
We're going to see movement today. I tell you that much. That's coming. Yeah. Anything else, Shai?
So no, that is the news. No data today. So quiet on the front. It is Columbus Day. Bond market is closed. Futures are open, but the bond markets are closed. So generally on this day, we kind of do see lower volume in the market. So we'll see what today brings, because it is the federal holiday, even though half of them are furloughed.
Yeah, exactly. I hate this dynamic. I hate it's either open or closed. I hate that half open, half not. And when the bond markets are closed, to me, it takes a huge amount of desks off. And I'm sure they're probably watching now, but not doing business. But Craig, overnight, what'd you see?
Yeah, I mean it's still hard for me to understand why Trump did what he did on Friday. Normally,
are you really trying to?
I try to figure out what spawned his ire and what made him do this. I mean, we spoke about rare earths. We've been speaking about it for weeks now, and we even spoke about it last week when this announcement came out. I think it was either Wednesday night into Thursday, about how China had put these export controls on, and they were broader than just rare earths, and they were broader than just defense and military. And on Thursday, the market didn't really care. As a matter of fact, Trump was asked about it on Thursday afternoon in an interview, in questions in the Oval Office, and he said, "I really have no comment. I didn't really see that." And then 12 hours later, he comes out with this incredible tweet and really dislodges the market. So, trying to understand what he was trying to do there, I really don't know. I mean, clearly, rare earths are a crucial part of the trade negotiations. It's becoming increasingly clear, to many, that China really controls the U.S. ability to deliver on its plans to reshore, remanufacture, build back supply chains. I mean, if China doesn't want to give us the rare earths, we really don't have any solutions near term, right? China controls basically all the rare earth processing in the world. And so it's going to take time before we can actually build those facilities to process. We have rare earths here. Rare earths, as Shai has mentioned before, really aren't that rare. It's the processing that's rare because it's a disgusting, dirty, environmentally toxic process that China is very comfortable doing. And we've had NIMBY issues in America for a very long time that's prevented that from happening. So we're going to build that processing capacity here. It's going to take time. But China really can control the speed with which America's economy really can start to, rebound. And so, I don't know why Trump is trying to get back into this trade war. We'll, as he says, we'll see what happens. But we had been noticing all week pickup in volatility in FX, in precious metals. Had that big reversal day on Wednesday. Oil broke down from a range on Thursday and again into Friday before the news, and so there have been some cracks in the hood, so to speak, and the volatility. We know the systematic guys have been all in. I've been talking about that for weeks. Just this positioning has been very long, and so it didn't really take much to spark a very big move. Just a little push by the president to get volatility, and that created this. A little bit of this 1 + 1 + 1 = 10 dynamic where you had a big jump in vol, and all of a sudden the vol control funds have to sell, the CTAs have to start selling, and we are going to see some more of that vol control selling today, even with the market up, right? Because vol, we have that realized vol starting to move. It's the 1 month vol is going to move above the 3 month vol, and those are the types of triggers we get for some of the systematic flows, going the other way. So should be an interesting day today. We'll see how the market really is it going to take out the highs, and we're going to retrace more than this 50%. I don't know. I'm still skeptical. I still see some issues under the hood.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, we talked about this last week. Dollar rallying against the yen. You see everything getting to the points on the charts where they're overbought, right? And we talked about, like you said, all the systematic guys just sitting there in the longest positions they've been in. They're all in, basically, like you had said. And it's very similar to the crypto, but obviously managed differently. All right, and so that little bit of a nudge is all it took. Again, that's why we said what's the news? How much does it matter? It's always something. The point is, it's always something. It doesn't matter. I mean, you see people in chat even saying that, look, it's always going to be a news. The market obviously was looking for reasons to go down. We all have been. I don't care who you are. I mean, I'm not long the futures. I haven't been long the futures. I'm long a bunch of stocks. And every time you look, you're like, do I want to sell these? Again, for my long-term account. And I use some trailing type stops for some of the stocks I'm buying, but some stocks I just want to own. I'm not, but then you look at them and you're like, man, they've done so well. Like, you want to sell them. As traders, you want to sell them. That's why I think, again, as traders, if you struggle with that, give other people some of your money. I do that just to take myself out of it. But look this is what I think it gets concerning about it is for traders is like, is this happen all at once now? Just like we've seen before. If you go back and look, what's so interesting when I get to the charts later today, because we've got packs on, we go from like this grindy upward overbought to straight oversold in a day, and then it's done. And this has now happened multiple times. Mm-hmm. It's like the market just builds up this, this upward momentum, grindy, higher move, and then all of a sudden, one day, I mean, historically, everybody says, stairs up, elevator down. I get that, but it's never like one day. I mean, all of these seem to be one day now. That's the one thing that really is baffling, head scratching to me.
Yeah, I think it's the dynamic of and the magnitude of these systematic flows, right? It's this zero data expiry optionality is 70% of option volumes. It's every day. It's the same story. It's selling vol, and S&P grinds higher. And then what you wind up having is you have these idiosyncratic moves where tech up, small caps down, energy up, something else down, but we still have that grind and grind. Implied correlations were down below 8, which historically has never been really, kind of historic, never really been seen. And so we get implied correlations so low, it's like you're building up this energy. And so when something hits, everything goes to correlation 1 immediately.
Exactly.
And so that's what we saw on Friday. It was really just, in my view, just a tremor, though. I mean, it's, I don't think we had this one day down and kind of everything is smooth. Positioning is still very, very long in the systematic community. We didn't clean up really anything on Friday. And so I think we're going to be left with that this week. Trump will determine whether or not, we move. But even last night, he said, look, November 1st is still on the table, 100% tariffs, but November 1st is an eternity, according to him. So we have to kind of deal with this, a little bit of this back and forth. But I think we're gonna have the systematic guys are not going to be as supportive of the market from now. And so if the earnings start to come in, with JP Morgan tomorrow and some of the banks, if that doesn't really show up and some of this credit stuff we've been talking about continues to fester in the background, I think you're going to get a little bit more unraveling.
Yeah.
And this kind of reminds me of, remember when we had that DeepSeek news, market sold off because the Chinese made
Exactly.
cheaper AI, and markets weren't that quick to recover because a lot of the markets went down fast. They didn't, it took a while to, well, it didn't, because in February, then taper tantrum came. But after that initial sell-off, we saw markets bounce, but really didn't make a new high at all. And I think people kind of remember that as well. And so we may not, get 100% reversal over, the next couple of days. We'll have to see, but.
Yeah. Again, but it all pours in at once. We've seen this over and over again. When I get to the charts later, I'll talk about what I'm seeing. Let's get to the tape, Jimmy. Overnight S&P's up $75 right now, 66.70 and a quarter, up 1.25%. Nasdaq is up 1.75%, up $424 at 24,821.50. Russell's up $38, up 1.5% to 24.46. Dow's up 348. Up 0.75% to 46,048. Natural gas down 1%. Not a lot of news there. Maybe we'll talk about that later with Shai. Down 35 ticks to 3.07. Heating oil is up almost 1.5% to 2.234, up 30.5 ticks. And then we've got crude oil, 59.50, up 60 cents, up 1%. Shai, we're getting close to 55 again. That was a time where, remember, I bought that long. It was the last time I traded crude, which was, I don't even remember. It feels like an eternity ago. But I do think if we start getting down to the mid-50s, I start looking at crude oil for a buy again. I really do. I mean, they've been defending that. We're getting outside this range. We'll see what it does here. But I'm starting to like crude oil soon. Gold up nearly $100. It's up 94 to 4,094. Gold, again, going up. With the dollar up today, gold just doesn't care. Gold is just the primary market.
All the
that
metals.
thing is just, that's it, all the metals. You've got copper up 14. What is that? I mean, it's up 3%. 5.035 spot 03 is the cool kids maybe say. Silver's at 49.65, up 5% today, up 240.
Huge.
241.
And that is partially because we're having problems at LME and storage.
Yeah, exactly. And then platinum is up 58, almost 59 to 1682, up almost 3.75%. Bonds flat, down a little bit this morning. 30s are at 117.28. Short end of the curve is just flat. 10-year yield comes in this morning at 4.06%. Again, I love any sort of decent sell-off that we were to get on the short end. I would be a buyer of that as well. Last, we'll get dollar versus indexes, or dollar versus currencies against the pound. Dollar is pretty much flat. Euro, it's up a third of 1%. Euro's at 1.1614 this morning. It's up against the yen a quarter of 1%. And then really the Swissy, it's up about a third of 1% against the Swissy. Bitcoin 114,000, ETH at 4109. Again, for me, I bought spot this weekend in crypto. I continue to hold an Ethereum position. Tom Lee's got me in this position. He's going, what did he say it's going to, Shai? 60,000.
64,000.
What's that? If you can buy them below 4,000, they're going to be good. No, but I have been accumulating crypto positions on the way down. I like crashes to buy spot. I don't use leverage. I just keep buying it. I buy my ETH. I stake it. I let it go. I bought some Sol, too. I've been starting a position in Sol. I think anything below one. I know, Jimmy. What are we talking about? It's been a while since we've been to you this morning. Jimmy, what'd you see in the overnight tape?
Well, a lot of volume is coming. Everyone's trading this morning overnight. We have, over 200% of the volume that we usually do at this point in time in many of the stock index futures and all the asset classes for that matter. So there is trading going on. The E-mini S&P right now, I'm a little bit worried. We're at 66.70. There's a high vol level right where we're at right here, right now. We've only retraced back up about 35% of the way, and we have a pretty substantial seller wick on the top of a daily candle. So Um, I'm not as enthusiastic about some upside here for the equities today. I was on my Kraken Pro app all weekend looking at that Bitcoin. Saturday down
That's what I'm using.
5.4%. And I was like, oh man, this is not going to be good. So there's risk off there. We have a little bit of buying enthusiasm overnight. I don't know how long that's going to last. And then look at on treasuries are pretty solid. I mean, we had that big rise on Friday, and we're holding our own in the treasury area as well. And then look at the metals are just off the hook. The other thing that worries me, I think, if my memory serves me correct, and I'll defer to Shai and Craig on this, is the November 5th court date. I think the Supreme Court's going to be talking about the legality of the method used to impose the tariffs. China's got to know that. So we only have like a 5-day gap there between tariffs on and maybe tariffs off. And this is a premeditated attack, I think. And then they knew the offense that Trump put back on Friday. He's not going to be defensive. He's going to go back on the offense, right? And they knew that was going to happen. And boom, what do? We got a huge hit, over 3% in the equity market. So I don't think this part of it's over.
No, it's definitely not over. Good for traders.
Absolutely.
And again, I can't stress this enough. Just be small. I mean, I talk about crypto again. I see some of these horror stories out there. PAX addressed this last night. We got PAX next coming up, just so everyone knows as well. Be small, right? I mean, what do you need all this leverage for? I mean, it's a market. People start to think too much about the now and all these needs that they have, and they're getting over leveraged. People rallies chasing things. It's like, just make money, right? I mean, social media has totally distorted what a trader should be doing in their career, in my opinion, right?
100%.
It's just totally killed it because everyone sees these big gains or these big losses, and it's so unrealistic for 99.9% of the people. It's like, how about you just make some money? I go back to like my career. I made money as a trader, and then I started to invest things. It was like, I never made the most money as a trader, but I made money, and I was able to invest and do other things in my life. Enjoy your life. I mean, these people are getting crazy, some of these things. Some of it, I'm not sure how much I even believe in it, but it's like, come in, slow things down, be small, be smart, make a living at this business. It'll be the greatest thing you ever did. Don't get crazy. Come in on a Monday morning like today, and it's like, be patient, and, you put the time in your preparation. That's what will feed into your patience, and we'll see what comes for today. We've only got a minute left before we get to this morning's Edge Report. We got a lot to talk about still to come. Final words, Craig, and then I'll go to Shai.
Yeah, I think everyone has gotten complacent with the level of volatility being as low as it's been and the level of implied correlations being as low as it's been. And people have felt very comfortable taking on additional leverage and really gunning for things. And, little small moves in NVIDIA, let's say, have big moves on other areas of the market. And so, but as volatility starts to come back and as correlation starts to rise again, things move quick. And so, I mean, we saw, I think, a tremor of that on Friday, but I think the next few weeks we're going to see more of that type of trading. So playing small, I think, is makes a lot of sense.
Exactly, right. Shai, final thoughts before we get into picks.
Yeah, absolutely. We are headed into earnings season. This earnings season is not what we've seen for, the last 3 quarters when everything was looking great and everything just rallied on earnings, and so we could have some volatility here over the next month or two into these earnings, so we'll be keeping an eye on those for certain.
Yeah, no data again today. As we said, coming in on this Monday, some CPI was pushed back another week, just so everyone knows.
Yep.
That Shai mentioned that earlier today. Craig and Shai will be in chat. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, we're going to be talking a lot about this today, but let's just go ahead and start off with the E-mini S&P here. This is just the daily candle here, and you've seen this post plastered all over social media, this very, very picture. But one couple things I want to point out. We're only about 38% of the way back up on this giant red candle. So this was a little bit, we needed a taco supreme with all the hot sauce on and everything. We just got the taco. That's why we only got this high. But look at where the point of control, Look at where the point of control is. It's at 66, not the point of control, but a high volume mode right here at 66.70. That's kind of an important level here, and we stopped right there. Big sells wick on the way down. And let's go ahead and just take a peek at the intraday, because there are some good levels here that we should consider. Let me open this up so my lines don't make everybody dizzy. Right now, we're trading below VWAP. We crossed that session VWAP. Again, another warning sign. I'm a little bit bearish today. We crossed that session VWAP. We crossed that 50% retracement. The London initial balance was the high right now, defining the top of the conversation. The pivot is the low. This is where we opened up. And we have a pretty big gap here, right? We have a pretty big gap up 31 all the way down to 66.05. So keep that in mind also. We have that JAX 3 level down here, JAX 4 level at 66.25 if we do start selling off. And then on the upside though, if you're a bear, with this thing turns around, it could, you never really know. We got the 0 DTE H high vol level right by that R1. So there's two areas of interest right there at 67.25. And then that 0 DTE gamma wall call resistance is 67.40. So that's the picture there. The Bitcoin, let me get to the Bitcoin here real quickly. Rough weekend for the Bitcoin. Continues to sell off here right now. Now we're still at almost 115,000, so it's maybe not as bad as we think, but we're back into this consolidation zone that we've been in for a long period of time here. What's concerning is both the stochastics are kind of falling out of bed, and that 8 EMA is quickly approaching that 21 EMA for a cross under right now. So I'm a little bit concerned here. But again, we got that range still. And the bottom of that range is approximately 108,000. So I don't know if I'm ready to buy a dip yet here, but I'm thinking about it. Let's go to intraday real quickly here and just pull this up and out if I can. And the one-day min's kind of defining the bottom here with the JAX 1, right around there, 114,000. That one-day min, should we break down, keep your eye on that. And then below that, there's just a lot of emptiness, except for previous sessions lows, which is right down here at 113,200. On the upside, we've got that blind spot 4, kind of at the top here. We had some attempt to get up to the pivot. That kind of failed at 117,000, but that is a target on the upside. And then we have all sorts of blind spots in JAX levels, 118,000, all the way up to 119,000, which is put support. Let's take a look at the most amazing market I saw this morning, and that's the silver market. Let me just get a daily chart up here. I mean, look at this. We're up 32.85% since August 20th. I mean, look at that candle. That's a dominant candle. It's a benchmark candle. We're breaking out to the upside. We didn't get to 50 yet. Tracy already mentioned the cash did get to 50. We'll see if we follow it. I'll tell you what the high was exactly. It was 49.93. Silver is moving up along with all of the other metals. We have 138.2%. A target up here at 50.336. So a lot of excitement here in the silver market. And let's just shoot over to the 10-year note, because this really tells a good story here. Oopsie, wrong one. Let's get that ZN up there. So we're, again, these are the implied yields right now. 10-year 4.059, that's in the cash. 30-year 4.634, so a little bit on the lower end. But look at, we're kind of sticky right now, right? We're up into this area, this no man's land area here. What used to be support for this consolidation range, now it's resistance, and I'm going to drag this rectangle over, and we're just shooting through it right now. So, or in the middle of it, I should say. So this is also really sticky, surprisingly sticky for this part of the yield curve to be so strong. Right now in the 10-year, and we're, the retracement, I don't know, might be over. We'll find out. Intraday, there's a couple targets here really quickly here. If you are trading the 10-year, they're a great market to trade, especially if you're trading treasuries. Got that call resistance level, 113.08. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Pax.
Thank you, Jimmy. Good morning, big bro.
Hey, what's up, handsome? Good morning.
Don't even joke with me about this. Like you're looking at your phone. What is it? It's because I just mentioned you on Twitter. He's going, oh God, somebody mentioned me.
I was just you're such a jagoff. That's hilarious. Yeah, I got all excited. Dopamine hit. I had to retweet it. Ooh, somebody mentioned me. I could retweet that. That's hilarious. Hey, just a second ago when Jimmy said taco, was I unmuted? Because I started cracking up and it sounded like I kicked him off his game there.
No, I don't think you hear. I didn't hear you laughing.
Oh, thank
Production
God.
probably heard you
That
though.
was
They were
bad.
probably laughing.
It was a hilarious
Oh.
line. Very good, Jimmy. I can't wait. I can't wait until I get to wrap my arms around that guy.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. Well, you're going to be here in a few days. I can't wait to have you here. I mean, I'm pale, man. This is unbelievable. You're going to come in from Chicago, tanner than me in Florida. I'm pissed.
Nah, I'm not tan either. My tan is faded. That's all right. We'll still
Yeah.
look good. Still got the
We'll
hair.
look good.
Yeah, we're still
sure.
good looking fellas.
Wait till you see all the clothing we got for you. You're going to love it.
Oh, good. That's
Yeah.
Listen, Alex. You always tease me about how excited I get when I say things. I just said it. Oh, good. Oh, free clothes.
Great. Savannah's here.
Amazing. That was funny. Oh, last night I was crabby. Last night on the show I was crabby. I came in short still, and we gapped up. 60 points that put me in kind of a shitty mood. But it was great.
Yeah,
It was great being on that show with everybody.
Yeah, you handled yourself well, though. You didn't show much much in there. But you know what? I tell you what, loving you on Sunday night. I know we're going to see more of that. Of course, we love having you here on Monday morning. Now, Pax, here we are, Sunday night into Monday morning. It's kind of a weird day too, everybody, because you got Columbus Day. I wish I was in Chicago for that too. I used to love. We used to have this day off. Now it's like a combination day where it's like the banks are closed, the bond desks aren't open, but yet futures are open. Kind of leaves for a little bit of a strange day. Half the desks are on, half the desks are off. But I'm sure everyone will be watching it. But expect it to be probably a little bit light today, even though a day like today should be pretty busy. But I want to start with the bond market first because the bond markets are above your quarterly pivot. When I looked at it on the Sunday night open, the first thing I looked at, obviously I saw equities open up the way that they did, but I went to go to the bond market and I said, let me see what they're doing because they had that big rally. Again, they have been sideways, and now you've got this big rally in bonds on Friday. They didn't quite make a new high. They held your quarterly pivot, and to me, now I look at them and go, what's going to happen here? Because if the bonds start to make highs, what I start to think about is, why are they making highs? Not that I think too much about the why, but if they are starting to make highs, is that going to be bullish for equities because rates are going down, or are they going up for the wrong reasons? Either way, that kind of doesn't matter. It just matters that if the bond market starts to make a new high, it's something to keep note of. What did you see on the 30-year open yesterday?
I think it's just a flight to quality trade. I think I'm not going to read too much into it. If they can sustain this bid, we still have to take out the. We have kind of a double top forming in going back to September, 118.19, 118 spot 19 to sound fancy, and 118 spot 29. I think that's the high. Let me look. Yeah. 118.19, 118.29. If we take that out, then I think that's bullish equity. I think everything is bullish equities right now. I don't think the rug has been pulled out from the equity market. I think we rally going into the end of the year. And that's something for me to say because I've never seen a bid that I haven't wanted to hit. I want to be short every single day of my trading career. So, I think this is a flight to safety trade, flight to quality trade, and that was the rally that we saw on Friday. And then the gap up that we're going to see today. So we took out that quarterly pivot 116.25, and then we've been trading above that, and we're sitting at the highs of this move. Let's see what we end up doing. Bonds are closed. Bond desks are closed today, so that mutes capital flows a little bit, and I think that'll carry over into the indices too. A little bit of a post Friday hangover.
Yeah, exactly. And a little announcement here before we talk about the rest of the day. This segment is now going to be sponsored by CME Group. You and I on Mondays, we're going to be talking about spreads. We're going to be talking about different markets. And so this is a whole new segment for us here on Ninja Trader Live. And we're going to put a link in the chat. There's going to be a lot of talk about spreads, and you're going to talk about that. Really, when we talk about spreads, it could be multiple things. It could be gold, silver. It could be, really kind of any kind of spread. What's going to be really interesting is that when we get into you talking about spreading like bigs, that they're minis now, minis into micros. And that's something that you and I did for many, many years. I mean, I used to just spread bigs into minis, and now that people can spread minis into micros. It's the same concept, but now it's all on the screen. And so we're going to be talking about a lot about that. And I want to announce that CME Group now has 1 ounce gold futures, which I think is such a great product for those that want to get involved in gold. Gold has been by far the primary market that has both fundamentals and technicals. CME Group launched a while ago the 1 ounce gold futures. That is 10Z Z5 right now. Is the contract you could pull up on NinjaTrader. So exciting to be doing this segment with you each and every week, my brother. So let's get back to, actually let's go to gold next, because we're talking gold, and we're going to go into the big gold market. Gold packs, this is what's interesting about gold to me, is that, you had that it wasn't a huge move in the dollar, but it was a decent move higher. And what I thought when I saw that was, is that going to impact gold? Is that going to impact equities? It did eventually impact equities. It was that dollar rally against the yen and the euro. Gold didn't care. Gold actually took that dollar bid and that little bit of selling that came in, and it even bid it up. Here we are today, unlike the bonds, where they got a lift on Friday and then didn't make a new high. Gold has now made another new high. What are you seeing in gold?
Oh man, the other day on Wednesday, I think, when gold sold off, I had tweeted we were trading around $40, and I had tweeted that gold wants to trade underneath. No, Thursday, underneath Wednesday's low, which was $40.05. That gold wanted to trade down to 39.60, and 39.60 was going to be like the moment of truth. I tweeted that 10, 15, 20 minutes before we got there. And that was the moment of truth. So that was a really good spot to have taken along at. Gold has been, unless you're going to trade like the opening, unless you're going to trade opening range breakouts, or you're going to trade, like I was talking about last night with Sarah, you're going to trade, breakouts on a shorter time frame. Gold has gone straight up now for since 2019 really, but since late August, when we were trading around that hugely important quarterly pivot of 33.33 that me and Jimmy Cagnina talked about so many times and so often. So trade location in gold has been very difficult, but it gave us a really, really good buy opportunity last Thursday at 39.60, 39.62.64, but 39.60 is the exact price. So now we've got really good trade location, and there's no reason to get out of that. I don't see a reason to short the gold. The gold is not going lower. I talked about last night on Sunday night. I talked about in our show. I talked about gold is no longer a hedge against inflation, like is textbook thinking. Gold is a hedge against, I don't know, it's a hedge against the world losing control. It's a hedge against the Fed losing control. It's a hedge against chaos in the world, and I think that's what we're seeing. So while everything is uncertain, I think the price of gold continues to explode. Also, Anthony, there's always been talk most of our lives. There's always been talk about the metals being manipulated, and to some extent, if you're a conspiracy theorist, to some extent or another, we're seeing that now in silver as well. So I don't think that these markets are going lower except for a very short trade, and these dips are to be bought. Gold has got another $300 at least in it before this swing is completed. I'm long. I bought more last week, and I'm looking for $43 and $43. I'm looking for $4,350 to $4,400 in the trade. We've been talking about that on Fridays. Last Monday too, I think we talked about that. We're going to 40. Got another $300 in this. Well, $200 in this now because we're at 4,100. We got another deuce and a half before this swing is completed, and then the market sets up for the next swing.
If I look at moving averages, I know you don't. And the reason why I look at moving averages is simply because it helps me identify trend. And I know you do a little bit. I mean, but it's not really a part of your strategy. But yeah, it's not really part of mine either. But I look at it to always just check the temperature per se of what the trend is. I've got a measly 8-day moving average up there. Hat tip to Sati. He's one of my favorites out there. Him and Ripster. I love their cloud formations. I look at this and I just laugh because it's like, if there is a stronger trend out there, I haven't seen one. Obviously, in some of these tech stocks, you might see that. But when it comes to a futures markets, the trend followers in these markets, that there has been no veering off this path. I mean, this thing has been as bid as anything as I've seen. And what's also, when you go back and look at it, and when you look at how they build this foundation again here, where there really was it was a time consolidation, a time correction, not a price correction. And now you just see this thing continue to defend an 8-day moving average. It's not even 2 weeks of trading moving average. It just keeps going. And I always look at Bollinger Bands. It also helps me tremendously. Anytime I see Bollinger Bands opening up like a mouth, it's range expansion. I add that with your quarterly pivots. And when I see that, I only look at one side of the market. I mean, that's the one thing that I think that too many traders are probably looking at gold and saying, yeah, they're more likely to be looking for the price correction versus trying to find a way to go with what price is doing.
Right.
And the reality is, if you just narrowed that focus and said, look at all of these things are checking boxes, it's above Pax's quarterly pivot, it's above a moving average. You put a couple of components in there to say, if it's here, I'm only going to look for longs. Gold has only been a buy for what? I mean, I don't remember a time it's been a sell, maybe for a brief moment going back in June, July, but it just continues to be the trend that keeps on paying technically and fundamentally.
It's been a buy since Jimmy Munoz. You remember Jimmy Munoz? It's been a buy since Jimmy Munoz had me make my first gold trade. I bought gold at 60.10 at $610, and I put in a 59.82 stop or 59.85 stop overnight. I got stopped out the next day. We rallied up to 680, 710, and it just took off from there. So it's been a buy since whenever Jimmy Munoz, 2006, when Jimmy Munoz had me buy that. I just thought of that, Jimmy Munoz. Anyway,
people are asking. No, I was going to say real quick, the CME 1 ounce gold futures, I want to talk about that again just real quick. They didn't just launch those. They've been out for a while. Just making sure you know that there are multiple products in these futures markets. Many of you get so focused on the big contract, probably too big for most of you. Know that there's 1 ounce gold futures. Back to you, Pax.
Yeah, I mean, that's an important. The Merc is always, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange is always innovating. Terry, by the way, I was very instrumental in helping Terry get elected in 2001 or 2000. Anyway, so they're always looking for ways to bring hedging opportunities to the financial world, which gives us, as I don't like the word retail, but retail or independent traders, an opportunity to trade other markets that have liquidity, that have open interest, that have volume, that have price action. So I am super grateful that I've been a part of CME since I started on the floor in 1988, 89, all the way up until today. So that's a great point.
People get so fixated on these big numbers, Pax. I want to talk a little bit about that with you before we get into talking some spreads, and we'll talk equity indexes, of course. Coming in to the Sunday show last night, I knew you were going to address this when you saw all of those crypto numbers coming out there where people just get way over leveraged in those products. I mean, I see those things and it makes me just crazy because really they don't have any guidance to someone actually teaching them about what it really takes to become a trader, because they're really impacted by what social media has told them, and it's really unfortunate. When we came in, remember I tried to make 10 ticks a day when I first started. I remember I used to watch Flem, Morty, VXD, you, and they'd be like, listen, come in, kid, try to make 10 ticks, which is $250. Just come in. And I was a member of the exchange. It's just like, and I'm trying to make $1,000 to $1,200 a week. Now, mind you, that was 25 years ago, but nonetheless, still, that same model comes into today. Make money. I've said this a million times. I've never made the most money out of all my trader friends. I remember being in an office with guys. I'd have 6-figure days. I'd come upstairs and there'd be 5 of us in the office, and I'd be the guy who made the least. And so I always knew my place in the market. But I built a business for myself. I built a life for myself. I took that money, invested it. Just make money. These people come out here. The world has gone, I think, so south because of what's happened with social media for young traders coming in and chasing gains. They got to come in, and I put this post out yesterday because it was really where it took me in my mind. is that I only think about where I'm wrong. I never think about where a market could go. I always look at everything as like where I'm wrong. I go back to like your quarterly pivot last night in the S&P, which we'll get to. I was looking at that at 66.58. I'm like, well, if I want to be long here, I could kind of lean on 66.58. I know I'm wrong if it doesn't hold it. I didn't think about where it could go. I thought about how much I could buy, what my risk was, and wherever I'm wrong, bang, I'm out. I didn't think about, oh, we can go to 6,900, or I didn't even think about that. I just thought about only where I'm wrong. And that psychology is totally shifted in the days of social media now, where people are just trying to do too much too quickly. And then the reality is it's working exact opposite of what they're trying to achieve. And you see things like you saw this past weekend.
You know, when I started on the screens in 2013, my only goal was to be green at the end of the day. If I made 100 or 200 or 300, I was happy. I was thrilled. And going back to 5 years before that, I was one of the guys that had six-figure days on a regular basis. 10 years before that, when you would come up to the office, I'd be up $100,000, $200,000. And in 2013, my only goal was to be green. My only goal was to protect myself literally on every trade that I had, because I knew that the $250 would be 2,500, would be 25,000, would be 250,000, and it's been all those things. But I needed to protect myself, and I needed to protect myself above all else. Now, futures, trading the indices or trading whatever futures market we trade gives us great leverage compared to those that are trading stock. 5-to-1, whatever leverage we have, we get to utilize that. One of the reasons why I don't think that these funding companies are important, it's brought a whole generation of traders in here, but I think that they're not good for them, is because firms like Ninja and others offer that kind of leverage that we need. Now, the thing that you and I will always talk about, and the thing that I harp on constantly, and I did last Tuesday or Wednesday live on Twitter, is to use stops and everything. So, we can utilize leverage properly, or you can let leverage destroy you and destroy your life by using stops. It's just simply by protecting yourself above all else. In 2013, the only thing I wanted to do was protect myself. When I started the NASDAQ, I made this point last night to Stowe. When I started the NASDAQ, we were $100 a tick, every one lot. So if I had 50 on, that was 50 grand every 10 points. And we were bid, the market was always 10 points wide. What's bid? I'm 10 bid at 20. 810 bid at 820 offer, 20 bid now, So if I had 50 on or 100 on, that's 50,000, 100,000 every 10 points. That's huge leverage, but I was right out on every trade. And so I was able to trade bigger size as a result of that. I was able to increase my leverage. I see people that are falling into the traps of the thirst traps of cars and houses and watches and all that other shit. And none of that is worthwhile. None of that is good enough to be your why. If that is your why, you will be among the 90% of traders that fail. I tweeted this yesterday. I am not impressed with what somebody makes in a year, 5 years, or 10 years. The only true measure of success is what you take with you when you are done trading for active income, Anthony. So while you would go up into the office and you would see us all up 6 figures, 7 figures, in some cases 7 figures, my brother, it is only you and me that is left standing. Too many of us have died young. Too many of us have just given up. Too many of us are completely broke. Too many of us have lost our minds. You and I are standing because we decided to protect ourselves in everything that we did. Every trade I make, I protect myself. Mickey taught us that when I started taking his UOT classes in the late 90s. Before I take a trade, I have to know where I'm going to get out. Before I select a trade, I've got to know my outs. And that doesn't stop. It doesn't ever end. And when it does, you run the risk of blowing yourself up. So you want to be an asshole? You want to go chase those Ferraris and those Lambos? Go ahead. I guarantee you will not be here in 5 years.
No, it's 100% right. I mean, look at where you and I are now. I still think the same way as I did when I was a young trader trying to build my career. I'm still scared of going back to the point of not having money. And you keep it close to you because I've got too much to live for. I've worked too hard to do what I'm doing. I always, I got to take care of my parents. I got to take care of my family. I got to take care of all these things. And I always look at that and I go, look, I got to stay in business. And I feel that way today, even though obviously it wouldn't be, you're always one trade of, potentially, making a mistake, right? But that's why in every single moment of every single thing that I do, I'm very careful about the way I go about it. And that's why I've learned just to slow things down and just like, do you really want to do this? Or, the one thing that you get better at as a trader as time goes by is that when the moments get busier, you slow them down and you look at it and go, I might not make a great decision, but I'm not going to make a decision that puts me in a place of weakness. I'm always going to be in a position of strength. That's the way I look at it.
100%. That is 100% right. Some of us have the natural ability. When fight or flight mentality, right? When things go crazy, when everybody else is losing their mind, my mind slows down, my heart rate lowers. So naturally
Exactly.
for me, and that's one of the things that make me a great trader, is that naturally for me, everything that everyone sees chaotically in the domes, I see in slow motion. If you don't have that ability, if everything speeds up, and everything goes nuts for you, there are tools for you to learn how to slow things down. There are things that you can employ to help you come from a position of strength. Always come at this from a position of strength. Right before we started the show, I tweeted, if you lost money last week, leave it there. Leave it in last week. It's history. Lost. The word lost means, and doesn't just imply, it means that it's gone. Now, don't make trades based upon your money situation. Don't make trades based upon your P&L. Make trades based upon your business framework, your process consistent, process repeatable, process scalable. If you can do those things, you will put yourself in a position of strength, and you'll put yourself in a position to be able to capitalize on these markets. When we have moves like Friday, they're not threatening to you. There are opportunities for you, and opportunities for you to go big, go small, or not at all, which is a good segue into spreads.
Yeah, let's go. Let's talk about spreads. But you know what? I love our chat so much. Good morning, chat, by the way. Great to see all of you. Whit said, can't go back to public golf courses. Whit, you always make me laugh. You are freaking funny, man. I tell you what.
That is funny. I missed that. That's hilarious.
It's kind of true. It's kind of.
Oh, it's true.
So hit that like button, hit subscribe button. Like I said, Pax and I are going to be here every Monday morning talking about other markets, not just equity indexes. We're going to get into indexes now. We're going to talk a little bit about spreads. Pax, we're kind of setting the tone for what you and I are going to be doing going forward. We're not going to do really. There's no trade setups exactly right now that we're going to talk about, but I want to talk about micros to E-minis, the spread, and how people can utilize that as a way to become a better executor of their strategies. I think that's what this is all about. When we look at spreads, number one, there's a couple kinds of spreads, right? Do you want to trade, the Russell S&P spread, which I've traded, the NASDAQ S&P spread? Do you want to trade gold, silver? We're going to talk some of those spreads from time to time as well. But one spread that we should talk about that I think can help traders really right away, especially if you're a trader who's like teetering on, should I trade E-minis? Should I trade micros? Talk to us about how you can help other traders utilize going from E-minis to micros and how that spread would work.
Well, this is a incredibly vast and wide expanse of conversation. So one thing I want to make clear is that the wealthiest and the longest term surviving futures traders are spreaders. The people that I've known in my career that have made the most money are spreaders. They're period, full stop, as people say, end of story. They're spreaders. So, I had always thought that, in the bond pit, the bond futures pit, had the deepest amount of millionaires, right? I mean, traders had just made huge amounts of money. Then the S&P was a close second, the Euros also, but the Nasdaq had created more millionaires in a shorter period of time, including me. And the best traders in the Nasdaq traded the S&P Nasdaq spread. So I learned a lot I learned a lot about trading the spread from those guys. And then when I went in, I was never any good at it though. And then when I went to the hogs, then I learned how to spread from there. So the concept of trading the mini micro spread, I think, is an important one. And it's something that I've pioneered in social media. Well, I didn't invent spread trading, but I pioneered it on social media, and my traders in my group do it. So it's a great way, talk about leverage. It's a great way of of being able to utilize the E-mini contract and the micros to be able to trade out of. The way that I use it, well, I don't necessarily use it, but the way that the traders in my group use it is to keep their margin low, to keep their, you don't have to have a huge account balance. I think, this is another misconception. You need $100,000, $200,000 to trade futures. It's not true. You can trade 2-lot minis and trade out in 20-lot micros with a $10,000 account at Ninja, and that's you can be better funded, but that's still something that's doable. Now you have to manage your expenses. If you're going to trade a 1-lot in the minis, you've got to be right on everything you do. But if you trade in the minis and you trade out in 10-lot micros, you have a lot more profit opportunities open to you. So you've got a lot more different things that you can do open to you. It's not necessarily hedge, but it is a great way to learn how to take profit on the trade. So in that sense, it's not technically a true spread, but it is something that gives you the ability to learn, kind of, for lack of a better expression, the philosophy behind trading. So you buy a 1-lot at 72.5, you sell one at 73, you've got to be right. You buy 1-lot at 71 and you sell 2 at 74, 2 at 80, 2 at 90. Now you're building a position. You're learning how to trade both sides of the market. We come back down to the opening range. You get stopped out. Now you're short from 10 handles higher. Now what are you going to do? You've got multiple profit centers open to you, ways of managing your profit, ways of adding to your size without adding to your risk. There are a lot of great things that trading the mini micro spread offer you that trading in and out with 1-lots and 2-lots don't. You trade into a 2-lot, the traders in my group will trade 2-lot minis and trade out in 20-lot micros. It is a great way to learn the philosophy behind trading. It's a great way to learn how to add to your positions. It's a great way to learn how to carry positions. You're short 2, you buy 5, you buy 5, you buy 5, you got 5 left, that's your runner, 5 micros left. Now you want to carry a position home, you cover everything but 1 micro. You go home short 2, minis, long 19 micros, that gives you 1 micro short. It's just a great way of learning how to trade. And I can talk. If you're going to start thinking about doing this, please do it on the simulator. Don't do it with live money.
Yeah.
Look at this.
So I want to talk about this. Number one, why this is an important topic is because the goal is to grow into an E-mini trader, right? We have a ton of micro traders out there, right? Obviously, as traders come into this business, they should go sim, micros, E-minis. Okay. When you are a micro trader, the goal to get to an E-mini, and the reason why I say it is because when you get to the E-mini, that's where you're going to now at certain areas, you're going to be able to use less contracts and obviously have a more expensive, position on. But now when you get to an area that is really price sensitive, and you want to actively get into an area, especially when you look at what Pax does with his opening range, you don't want to be clicking in a bunch of micros to get to 1 mini. You want to be able to click in a few minis to get to your max position or whatever that number may be. So the goal is, when you are a micro trader, is to continually test your strategies, build up your account, but when you eventually become a mini trader, it's not just go right to E-minis and then leave the micros behind. There's a transitional period. So when you become a mini trader, now you can scale out with the micros. It allows you to then build and earn your way to becoming a full E-mini trader. That's something that I think about for a lot of these traders. They talk about the evolution. They think sim, micros, minis. Well, the reality is it's sim, micros, combo E-minis and micros. Then you become an E-mini trader. And even then, there are going to be times when you become a full E-mini trader. You might be like, look, if there's a huge move today, I'm just going to slowly peel them off with micros. And so you and I are going to talk about this a lot.
Look, even when you become a full mini trader, if you start trading out in 4 lots, you become a full mini trader. Now you got 40 micros to trade out of. So in a position on a day like Friday, when we have 17, 15 handle rotations, it gives you the ability to be able to add to your positions just by covering one side of the spread or the bad leg, so to speak. So now you've just literally added to your position without adding to your risk because you're just short, the original whatever. There's the funding companies or prop that so many people are trading don't teach you how to trade. They teach you how to scalp. They teach you how to adhere to rules and guidelines, and that is a very, very positive aspect of trading. You have to learn how to protect yourself, but they don't teach you how to trade. This teaches you how to trade.
Yeah. Looking at that move just coming real quick in the Nasdaq, just market's getting a little bit of move here, getting into the getting ready into the open. We will talk more about that here with Tanya in just a minute. Now, I said we're going to be giving away a NinjaTrader lifetime license. So if we can't pull it up right before we get into Tanya here, I want to do this with PAX so production can pull up that for me. We're going to be doing Tanya's giveaway and my giveaway. Tanya, we're going to announce the giveaways when we get to it, so we'll talk more about this with Tanya. But we're also going to be giving away a NinjaTrader lifetime license, and Tanya's going to be giving away a 27-inch LG ultrafine display. We're going to put that link in there. Of course, I'm going to bring in Tanya here in a moment to talk a little bit more about markets with her. But make sure you click on the link in there today. We're going to be giving away that lifetime license and that ultrafine display, that 27-inch LG on Tanya's when Tanya's on today during NinjaTrader Live. So be sure to do that. There's going to be a lot of different ways to win. And so we appreciate all of you being here. Hit like and subscribe for my big brother Pax, as he'll be joining me here each and every Monday morning for this CME Group segment where we're going to talk about spreads and we're going to talk about a lot of stuff, Pax and I. But mostly, we'll try and focus on spreads, Pax. But love you, big guy. I will see you later in the week in person. See you soon.
I'll see you Wednesday. Love you too, brother.
All right. It's Monday. Big Monday. Kind of an interesting day. I talked about this with Pax, and we talked about it earlier this morning. It's Columbus Day, so you have bond desks are closed, but then you have all the stock desks are open. You had a big move overnight. We talked about this a lot, and we're going to talk a lot more about it here with Tanya in just a moment. But remember, one of the key things that we talked about this morning is just be small, everybody. You saw a lot of things happen over the weekend. If you're on social media, some of you may not be, but you saw a lot of horror stories, too much use of leverage. Come in, slow things down on this Monday morning. It's about being calm, cool, and collective. Like I always say when Tanya comes in, she sets a great tone for the week here in the network because she comes in calm, cool, and collective. And just remember, be small, inch your way into the week. And we're about to explode our way into the week. So it's now time to trade the open with Tanya Trades. Good morning, Tanya.
Good morning. Happy Monday. It is Columbus Day today. Markets are open. Shout out everybody in the chat here. Yeah, you mentioned the giveaway. I'm excited to do that later as well.
Yeah, I'll let you go over that as time goes by a little bit this morning, but I want to let you know that you're going to be playing golf with me and Jared Tendler on Friday. You're in my group.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. No way. Okay, that's sick. Sorry, I'm so excited. Jared Tendler?
Oh,
yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm excited now. Sick. Okay.
I'm so excited. I know we're going to have a lot of fun. Can't wait to have you here in Florida. The weather just broke too, Tanya. It's perfect here right now.
Oh, that's great because right here it's not perfect. We're having a nor'easter up here in New York today and yesterday. Winds up to like 50 miles an hour and rain.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's sunny, high 70s. Maybe it might even hit 80, 81 today. It's absolutely perfect. Can't wait to have you here. Let's get to the charts this morning. We just had a decent move here in NASI. Market's moving quite a bit here before the open. We talked about what happened over the weekend and then coming off of Friday. Again, I love having you here on Monday. I always say you're cool, calm, and collective, and you come in and set a great tone for traders. And I think it's extremely important, especially on a day like today. Like you said, Columbus Day, markets are open. Some bond desks are closed. But here we are on a Monday coming off of a really busy Friday. What do you see coming into today?
Yeah, I mean that Friday was super busy, and what's crazy is I was actually at the New York Stock Exchange on Friday, when that was happening. But as we know, nowadays it's not the same. There's no pit trading there going on. So you actually didn't know you wouldn't have known what would have happened. It was that quiet there, unless you looked at the screens over there where it dropped. Remember it was like 11:40 or something like that. And I look over and I'm like, wow, the markets are just steep drop. S&P is down 0.9% in like 10, 15 minutes. And then, of course, immediately I check my news sources and Twitter and see those Trump comments about the China tariffs and that there's no point of him even going to China in 2 weeks like he planned because of all the retaliation there. So, and then of course it continued dropping twice as much that after that. So that was kind of insane um, and very, very fun experience nonetheless, even though right now, it's no longer pit trading. It's just all these market makers on the floor, basically. I saw Einstein of Wall Street and also Jim Cramer. I saw him in the distance, but Einstein's the guy that invited me, so that was cool. Peter Tuchman. Um, but yeah, I'll go into that later, and later I'll even have like a video that comes out about that. But just my little tidbit about how Friday went for me. I wasn't at my desk. And then here, I honestly thought, looking at how we closed near the lows, that there was potential for a gap down on Sunday. And of course, that didn't happen. We gapped up. And yeah, now I'm definitely measuring out the fib from all this move lower to see what we're going to do here. We already had, like, during Asia, a retracement higher. And of course, like you just said, we're pushing higher right now, like in the 30 minutes leading up to the open. So it doesn't seem like it wants to sustain any down move. It's holding this gap up. It's not didn't even like test it at all, right? It just gap and go straight at the Sunday 6 p.m. So it doesn't make me really want to be aggressive on shorts. So we're gonna have to see how today unfolds if we take out the London high and what we're gonna see today. I'm kind of worried that we might have a bit of a consolidation if new news doesn't come out, but otherwise I feel like it might be a busy day if we see some more uh, tweets about the tariffs. So yeah, I think that's how I'm gonna go. I'm gonna be mindful. I'll be ready for either fast or slow markets. I'm mindful that we had such a huge range on Friday that, it might look like a normal trade with normal structure, but the stops might be wider. So got to be mindful about contract sizing because we're probably going to have an inside day from the looks of it. So that's my thoughts for today. I saw that you kind of similar. You saw that you said that on X that, there's nothing interesting to be buying swing positions in. But yeah, we might have just like larger ranges for some day trading fun today.
Yeah, it's exactly the way I feel about it right now. It's been so difficult as somebody who's moved their time frame out to trade indexes. Like you wait for the dips to buy, but it's like unless I was at my desk Friday and on the close and decided I want to be long into a weekend, why are
Yeah.
you establishing a long position? You try to let things settle
Yeah.
a little bit, and then you come in and you gap up, and you're like. So what I think it's done is it takes the medium term traders out of it again, like myself, and you look at it and go, it's really a short-term day trading market, which I think is great for everybody here. Obviously, most people that are watching this are going to be super short-term day trading. But I think the important component is that you had this big move, and now we're like exactly like you said, we're inside this big move. So today could be a really big range with an inside day. And I guess the question I was going to have for you is, how do you handle that when you have a range as big? You have that huge candle, and then you come into it. I saw you were measuring the fib. What kind
hmm
of changes the day for you to think that it could be a trend day up versus a potential to fill the gap? What are some scenarios you're looking at?
Yeah, some scenarios I would look at. I think, this London high. I want to see how we react to the London high here. at that we created at 4 a.m. at around 24,946, 48 level, 46.5 on NASDAQ, and on ES, we'll see here at 6706. So to come down and fill the gap, the perfect scenario for me, and I just think about that, like what would be ideal for me? Probably that one of the indices takes out that high and the other one doesn't. We have a divergence and then a shift lower, and then I could go for the gap fill. And like you said, yeah, honestly, it makes sense that you wouldn't be just trying to long after the first huge down day, right? There's definitely always more that could come, and we were literally at all-time highs before that drop on Friday, and so it makes sense that no one really would want to put that risk on going into the weekend. So it kind of makes me think about the psychology of that as well, like who actually wants to be longing here. But anyway, so here versus this high, I think that would be ideal for me if maybe NASDAQ takes out the high because we already did start to push up a bit. And then we get some sort of shift on a lower time frame, maybe a 15-minute or even the 1 minute, depends on how structure will look like. And then we could go for a gap fill. That being said, we are pretty much in the middle of the range right now. Yeah, we already had rejected this here, and the fact of the matter is, yeah, we didn't have a fast move lower, so it can't just be shorting right away here. I do think that we could probably take out this high, but if we are going to continue past the high and really displace past it, well, then it's kind of like a situation we've had plenty of times last week where we dropped lower and then we just reverse, right? Because after we take out this high, we keep above it. And same thing here as well. It's just push past it with a displacement here. So if we just continue and we don't sweep it, then I'll have to consider longs. Yeah, and it really depends on if it's an energetic push past this high for me. If we just kind of sweep and reverse and keep sweeping and reversing, we're going to have a range day today, which is my least favorite kind of trading to be doing. I don't really be like holding trades in consolidation. But if that happens, then you just have to establish the range, which will probably be from this low to this high, and then just trade the extremes of the ranges. So essentially that's what I'll be looking at. I'll mark out basically the range from this high from London, 945-ish, and then here 729, and we'll see how it goes.
Yep. I like how you mentioned the divergence up there because as a swing trader, something that I look at a lot is when we're going down, I look for divergences to see if the weak market takes out the low and the stronger market doesn't, and then the weaker market gets back within range. I always use that as a way to say, look at it was kind of that move where maybe if the weaker market goes, hey, let's get below this low, and then they look behind and go, uh-oh, nobody came with us, nobody followed us, and they quickly gets back into range. I like that scenario for a day like today because if one of the markets were to take out the overnight high and the other markets were not to follow, I think that becomes a situation where all of a sudden you will start to see sellers come back in again. I think the mindset coming in on a day like today, following Friday, is if you've already been long and you didn't cover, you're not looking for reasons to sell. Now, if the market just grinds higher, you're not going to bring sellers in. But if you see an index go up and make a higher high from the overnight and the other indexes don't follow, I think that's something that could be very interesting to look for. So I'm glad you brought that up. That's something I would be looking at as well. Tanya, I'm going to leave you now. I know we've got the giveaways. I like that we're tying in. We're giving away a lifetime license to NinjaTrader, which is super cool. And we're giving away the 27-inch LG Ultrafine display. I'm going to hand it over to you right now. Talk to everybody in chat for that giveaway. Make sure you like and subscribe. We cleared the 150K, no problem. I think we're on our way to 151K already, and it was just been a couple of days since we cleared it. Normally I say I'll see you next week and say goodbye to chat, but Tanya, I'm going to see you in a few days, and let's go, kid.
Oh
We're
my God, it's gonna be so fun.
Yep. All right. I will see you soon. I'll see you in Florida.
All right, let's go. All right, everybody. Hope everyone's well. Happy Monday. We're all here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. 15 minutes until the open. Chat, I did not check. Are you guys bullish, bearish, or neutral today? I think this is an interesting day to see the poll. Hmm. How fun. So much fun. Isn't it kind of fun? Finally, there's like something going on and we're not just keep grinding higher and higher, but can't be too like eager to be shorting like at all-time highs. We're still near all-time highs. We had one very large move lower, right? We took out like 3 weeks of action on Friday. Can't be too eager, just in the sense of just not marrying one bias. So let's see, what did you guys vote? 46% bullish, 23% bearish, and 31% neutral slash sideways. Word. I'm kind of neutral. Yeah, I'm neutral. I would love to be shorting, right? So neutral slash bearish, but like I said, we took out 3 weeks of action. Can't be too eager on that sell button, especially if there's no sustained movement lower. Let's see. We might have to be just trading those ranges that I marked out. Let's see. Today, oh yeah, so I picked out a really good monitor. It's like a 27-inch LG monitor. It's the one I use, or the most similar one. It's like the newer model of the one I use because they come out with these new ones like every year. And you're going to be able to see the candlesticks super in a super fine, ultra fine. I think it's 2K resolution. And it's like an ergonomic swivel, the way that you can attach it to your desk so you can pretty much put it wherever. It's very, very nice. So chat, what are we doing? Are we cooked? Is the market cooked? Let's see. So basically on Friday, what happened? That was just insane, opening up my trading view and I was at the New York Stock Exchange. You're like, wow. And at that point, I think we had only moved down to here. We took out the last 2 days. Here we took out, if I go to the weekly, that's the thing. I think we finally came into a weekly fair value gap here. We took out the last 3 weeks. Weekly fair value gap here. And for now, yeah, held that. Let me take out this fib for now. Put it back. Held it. And now we're in the middle of the range. Like we love that, right? I'm just joking. I don't love when that happens. So same thing. ES took out last 3 weeks of price action in one day. That's very healthy. And then now we're in inside day. And a premium of the range too, because we are above 50%, right? So I'm neutral to bearish. Gotta be watching the range that we develop. I think it would be just kind of insane to take out, like the thing is to be long, where are you going to be kind of aiming for that? Because we already retraced to premium of the range. And I think it would be just insane if we took out Friday's high now. I mean, it's not out of the question. We've seen crazier things happen in the market, and all you need is kind of like a Trump tweet. Guys, this time I'm waiting for the buy signal from Trump. Remember last time he said now's a great time to be buying. This time I'm definitely going all in. I was buying back then, but it was who knew that was the local bottom. Let's see. Yeah, it's a bank holiday, Columbus Day. We got IMF meetings all day, and FOMC member Paulson speaks at 12:55. And I think finally on after October 18th, the FOMC cannot be speaking anymore. I mean, any members. I think it's the blackout period. Let me see. Yeah, the 18th to the 30th. It's the blackout period. That's lovely. So they can't be basically speaking and having all those speeches during that time. Awesome. And then the meeting will be taking place at 28th and the 29th. I'm sure people are wondering where I'm seeing that. You could just Google FOMC blackout calendar and it'll literally take you to their website, thefederalreserve.gov. So, you gotta come in without being too eager, but also don't be too calm because you have to be ready to press the button if you see something. Can't be trigger shy, right? So you have to be like the perfect in between. $9.22, yeah, we can mark out this, that. We had, how much of a range was that on Friday? It was crazy. 1,200 points pretty much. Isn't that wild? All right, we can go to the 15-minute now. I wonder actually what's the midpoint of, all right, it's the weekly. Go down to the daily again. Just wondering what the midpoint of this is. This 4 hour. A little higher. Okay, and this is a little higher. All right, so it's not much higher, so I wouldn't really want us to go much past this or even 25,000 now. Obviously, 25,000 is just a psychological level as well. All right, cool. So yeah, I don't think I need these fibs anymore. And then we'll go to the 15-minute. Thing is, yeah, if I thought that today could be another fast move lower, I mean, I would have wanted that this high be the high of the day, and that we'd already be like lower and into this gap, and then I'd even go for, down into the gap or Friday low and more downside, but we obviously didn't get that. We're just in the range again. So that's why I'm sort of just more neutral today. But we'll see how the open goes. Got to be mindful it is a bank holiday. But also, we had a humongous move on Friday, so you don't know, it could be more interesting than usual. Okay. Let's go to the 15-minute. Now you can bet on Kalashi oh my gosh, how long the government shutdown will last. That's crazy. It's forecasted for 35.1 days. I think the longest one was 35 days long in 2018. Yeah, 35 days. Okay. Hmm. Right. Well, the open will be in a minute and 30 seconds. We're all ready. We're all set. We got the charts up. Um, and well, we'll see, you guys. We'll see. What did you guys vote again? 44% bullish, 31% neutral. I'm thinking neutral slash sideways. We'll find out how we trade these ranges. $8:30 opens here. Yeah, 8:30 open and midnight open are very close to each other, and they're sort of also in the middle of the range, so it's not really going to help me too much today. Yeah, okay. All right, guys, here we go. Here's the open. Who's ready? Hmm. Oh. We can go down to the 2 minute. Hmm. The telltale sign if we won't have much movement will be, wicks on both sides. And if there's not any FEGs even on the 1 minute to work with. Mm. Yes, it's slightly stronger, which is interesting at the open here. Okay. So I'm already seeing some low probability action unfolding with NASDAQ going lower, ES going higher. Hmm. Like I said, I want to see how we react if we get up to here to this London high. It's not like what I would have thought for it was like a push straight up, holding this up to the London high and then a reversal from there. But obviously, we're kind of starting off slow, morning kind of slow. I'll mark out the first presented FEG here of the day. There is one right here. And for ES, It's over here. It's inverting it now. We have equal highs here at ES, which are sus. All right, here we are at this low that I marked out on the 15th. So let's see how we end up going against it. This is just a pre-market low. See how we react here. Hmm. Dropped about 100 points. Okay. In the first 5 minutes of the day. So, even if these smaller ranges, according to structure, are very large, right? All right, let's see. 30-second. And so far, we're not really holding below that low. We're wicking it on the 15 minutes. So I want to see how we're going to end up reacting on the smaller time frame now, and then we'll take it from there. I wouldn't want to short with equal highs above on ES, right? So ES didn't hit these lows from the pre-market like NASDAQ did, the 715 lows. That could end up being the divergence for today if we're going to go for bullish or, back up to the upper end of the range. But I don't want to be too early on that, right? So let's see. Just retrace into 2 minute here. NASDAQ, we'll see how we react. Kind of want to see actually if we are gonna invert this on the 2. And the 3 as well. Okay. All right, yeah. Let's see what ends up happening here. Are we going to continue lower? Are we going to have a reversal here for the day? Honestly, ES, I kind of want to, yeah, I'm going to keep ES on the 2 minutes, just easier to read. And I like this 2 minute FEG right here. We're in a 4 hour fair value gap basically right now. We swept the previous hourly low. We have equal highs above. That's why I'm not going to be just shorting right here. I'd rather see some sort of continuation first if we're gonna drop lower. I'd want to break this low, right? Nasdaq's been hanging around near those pre-market lows. Hasn't made a new low of the session yet, so it's hanging on. All right, let's see what happens. Is it going to invert this? Will we get that? Well, right now we're getting some sort of push up pretty strongly. We just pushed up like 70 points in the last 2 minutes. Again, right? Got to be like noting that so that you know to go smaller sizing than usual. Always remember, if you feel more comfortable, there's nothing wrong with taking micros as well. You can make plenty of money with micros. All right, let's see what happens here. I'm gonna take a short look at we're up 1.7%. ES is up 1.25. All right, so we pushed up there. And we inverted the first presented FEG as well. I'm gonna look to try this as a scalp to see if this is gonna work. Not a scalp, sorry, but I'm gonna try the longs here. We inverted. We retraced to below 50%. So, yeah. Thinking back up to this pre-market high, minor bias had equal highs for ES, and then the London high. Just by the way that we took out all those previous hourly lows and previous 4-hour FEG, we couldn't hang below there, right? Like I said before. So my stop will be 30.5 actually. See it. It'd be nice to really have a strong push here now. Especially ES, it would be nice to take out those equal highs. All right, stop's gonna be pushed up to here. As we're breaking this high of another displacement, we're up very nicely here. See it. Be nice. I don't want it to retrace back to here. We completely rebalanced this. We filled in this 1-minute FEG here and this BPR to the downside. We closed above this. So let's see more push. I just removed a lot of risk from my position as well. Don't love that we didn't displace past this high. Don't love that ES is retracing here. Give it like a couple more minutes. See if we displace past this high now. It's going. Will we get it? Will we get it? Come on, ES. You could probably take partial soon. Let's see, let's see. I don't want to give this too much time, honestly. Let's see. So slow. You have very large ranges, right? Let's get it. Let's go. Will we get it? Will we get it up to this minor buy side? What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. That's the first target, right? I also have the London high as the second target. ES just took those equal highs. Let's see NASDAQ can catch up to the pre-market high. Stop should be break even now. So if I'm moving my stop to break even,
Share
right
whenever
now,
I can get
stops
this
at break
sorted.
even.
No worries. NQ or S&P,
Okay. So now it's a risk-free trade. I obviously want to see more continuation. Stop should be break. If we can't really, if ES sort of wicks this, then it'll be a different story. So let's see how this goes. The end of this 35 seconds, right? Until this minute. There's 2 minutes over actually. The minute's over now on ES. The equal highs are close above them, so that's very nice to see. So let's see if we can staircase back up. Staircase back up. Let's go. See how we react to this. Don't really want us to invert this, right? So that's why I keep kind of pushing my stops at break even now. You want this to hold and this order block, honestly, to hold for a nice smooth push back up higher. We're up. Oh shit, I should not have looked at my P&L, but I'm up a lot. Up 75 points. Just take a deep breath. Yo, you guys, if this hits it, we'll pull out the money gun. It'll be a fun day. It's 9:53. It'll be cool to hit this before 10. I entered here 9:46 in this trade for 7 minutes. I'm thinking ES should get to the London high at this point as well. I'm also thinking I should putting my stop at break even, and we'll see if I take a partial soon or not. Wait, like that. All right, I'm gonna take that partial in a second here. Let's see how this reacts to this little area. See in the next 19 seconds. It's still looking good. It's held like the wick is in the upper half of it. So just let this play out. This is totally normal. 7 minutes in, I'm up. It's up to like 75% of my target. Push it to the limit. Come on, NASDAQ. Come on, ES. These are nice. These are nice equal high smooth again for ES, so it should be nice to push past it. Come on, Nazi Poo. You got this. I'm also just cognizant of the way I act. Like if you start cheering on the candles, you know. You gotta recalibrate a bit. All right, let's see this. I don't want this candle to really fail now. I want us to just pop up from there. So if we just come back again into this FEG, I'll probably take my partial. I'm watching the 30-second as well as it unfolds. You got it, NASDAQ. So I want to hit this by like 10, right? Or like 3 minutes left until 10. Yes, it's starting to look better. See how it ends. I'm sure there's people screaming at me to take the partial. Mm-mm-mm. No, let it play out. I mean, this was the first target, right? The minor buy side, the pre-market high. There's no reason for me to, if you're patient on getting your entry and patient in drawdown, you got to be patient while you're in profit as well, right? It'd be sick if we score this. It'd be like a 100-point move. Get there, get there. You got it, NASDAQ. Yes, looking good too. So I took out, ES took out those equal highs from pre-market, right? And it made an FEG there and it bounced off of there as well. Come on. It's teasing me. Don't you love that? Stops 2 points before you TP. You got it. Hit it, hit it. Oh my God. You got it, bro. Let's go. First target smashed, 100 points. Let's go. Now we obviously want to trail all the way down to this swing low. Let's go. Now we got to see how it reacts to this minor buy side, right? ES gunning for that London high, right? And we're just trading the range, like I said, right? We wicked below this little pre-market low. Now we're just going for pre-market high or London high, right? We went for this minor buy side at pre-market high. The next high is here from 4 a.m. So let's see how that fares. We don't know if that's going to be like a super smooth way to there or not. So either way, profit has been locked in and trailed. Woohoo. W's in the chat, please. Let's see them. Let's see the W's. was one of my biggest trades, so this is great, especially on live stream. Woohoo! Hell yeah, all the W's in the chat. Pull the market, pull the magnet, yeah. Tanya, thanks for displaying your patience. I would have been out already. Appreciate showing what patience can do. You're welcome. Patience pays. Patience pays. That's literally what it is. You can continue to trail if you would like. I'm trying to kind of figure out, obviously at this point, dynamically, that I keep that dynamic risk in thought. And inverted this on the 32nd. Two, three PDRs would fail there. I mean, I'm just kind of waiting to see what this is going to look like in a second. This is the 1 minute FEG. It needs to hold here essentially. Otherwise, I'll probably just cut it soon. Take the rest of the profits off. But right now it is holding that. It is holding it, so. Right. Right, definitely I'm putting my stop to here now. Sick. All right, now I'm very happy with this sort of dynamic risk reward. I just want to rocket off from here and then go towards that London buy side. So, and ES as well. See if it unravels now to the upside. Feels like a money gun day. Hit the like button if you've been enjoying the show so far. 1.9K people watching. Let's get to 2,000. We're also going to be giving away a LG Ultrafine 27-inch trading monitor. All right, so we just made a new local high, which is a good thing. That's good. So definitely I would want this stop to be here. We'll see how this ends. That's good. If there's another order block and FEG created here, that'll be nice. CES go up here, it'll be nice. Right, it did. That's good. Right, that's a good sign. Let's just continue staircasing up. Either that and get stopped out in 80-point profit. So W win-win. Either way. Don't love that ES didn't make a new local high. So that could always show like a slight divergence where it might come back down or retrace again. We'll see what ends up happening here. ES should. If it wicks this, then that's a good sign though. See how it does. If it comes back down below here, I mean, then I'd probably get stopped in profit soon. Oh, looks like we're wicking this for NASDAQ. Let's see if we can have another push up higher. It'll be nice. Yes, creeping lower again. See what it does. Either right now we'll either have continuation up higher or we're going to kind of consolidate, you know? And that's fine if I get taken out. I don't want to hold on a consolidation, which is why I keep trailing the stop up. Might be consolidating. Right? That's what I don't like to see is when ES can't make another new high. NASDAQ did. I want to see ES make a new high of day. It'd be nice. Otherwise, I'll probably get stopped in profit there. So far, NASDAQ's been hanging around that minor buy side, right? The pre-market highs. It's decent. It's 10:10. Been in the trade since 9:45-ish. So it's been 25 minutes. The first target hit at 15 minutes, right? Cool. Let's see. Will we get to London High, people? If we do, that'll be sick. Money gun will come out. What are we gonna do? Like the thing is, dynamically, I'm happy with my risk right now as well, right? Like it'll be stopped in profit, and where price is right now, I'm still risking like 30 to make 50, right? From here, or 25 to make 25 from here, 25 to make 60, whatever it is. Point is, you see, yeah, right? It's closer to the red line than it is to green line. That means like the dynamic risk is good. All right, new high of the session again for NASDAQ. Will ES follow or not? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it's going to play catch up. It'll be nice if it does, because I like when the sisters are in tandem, right? Because right now we made two new, yeah, we'll see if that's the failure. Let's see. Two new highs of the session with NASDAQ and ES didn't follow through, right? Oh, it's dropping. It feels like we're just consolidating right now, so I would have wanted the push to happen here or here. So probably not gonna go to the second target cleanly. We'll see. It's likely I'll get stopped here. See, like on the 32nd, we had a pretty big bearish FEG there. See what it does. We're basically at the minor buy side level again. I don't like the ES came back down again into here. I don't like that NASDAQ. Did it come into that FEG? No, it didn't. It's 50-50 right now, what it's gonna do. This market's kind of crazy. What's going on here? A lot is going on. I don't like the inversion. I don't like that we have a 30-second. We've been kind of holding in that 30-second for a while now. We've been holding underneath the minor buy side. So unless like now we can get above this high, oh, we are. Okay. Now I'm putting my stop up to this low essentially. That's the way to do it. It's like I said, I don't really want to be caught in a consolidation. So this should be the last push up now. CES, can you get to new high of session? The thought process why I put my stop to here. I mean, that's the SMT of ES here on the low, right? That's the divergence there. So we started pushing up, inverted on the 32nd. Yeah, that's basically it. And again, if I get stopped out, this is like it's a 90-point win. Let's see this low. Yeah. All right, secured the 90 points there. Out of the position, out of the long position. W's. Pretty cool there. Secured $3,800 live on stream. And now what? We'll see what ends up happening here. Like I said, I didn't want to be part of this consolidation anymore, so don't really care what ends up happening. If we end up taking the London high, I'll be happy my analysis is correct, right? But I got to the minor buy side, right, which is my first target, and yeah, I just trailed super tightly there. And I basically got out of the rest, like 10 points below that minor buy side first target. So good trade, very good trade. I'm happy. ES definitely is struggling right now. So let's like look at the higher time frame. Don't need this anymore. Clean this up. Yeah, now you have NASDAQ retracing a bit. ES, maybe ES starts getting stronger now. I don't know. We'll see. So congrats to all the longs. If you took long, it was a pretty epic trade. You know, highlighted that saying we swept those lows, pre-market lows, and ES actually didn't. So that's your divergence. And I said if people are long bias, that's where, you know, start looking for the reversal. And basically after this push up, that was the market lending its hand, showing I drew the fib. And when it retraced to 50%, I basically just hit buy and held minor buy side to here, and pretty clean trade. Pretty clean. Who wants the money gun today? We haven't brought out the money gun in a long time. Because Mondays can be slow, you know? So this is fun. We're having more volatility in the marketplace. Who's ready for it? Woo! Woo! Let's go. Shout out to Projection for doing that. That was fun. All right. Columbus Day, we made 4K basically. Sick. On a bank holiday. How fun. All right. And it was a good trailing stop out. Now we are slowly dripping lower here, right? Dripping lower. So it was a good stop out. Good trade here. Let's see. Right? Entry, target, target one, target two was here, London high, and we kept trailing and stopped here. Fun. Patience pays, patience pays. hit the like button. Yeah, like we said, Ninja Trader got 250K subs, so we are doing a giveaway. Keep watching because I will be choosing someone in the chat to win a 27-inch LG ultrafine monitor. Someone said one of my best trades. Yeah, W, woohoo. Yay for more volatility. I have a feeling, I have a good feeling about the coming weeks. Okay, let's see here. Congrats on the trade. Thank you. Love your process. Very easy to follow. Yeah. Woohoo. Who says ICT is hard to understand and follow? I'm just drawing boxes on my screen. Yeah, that was a good trailing stop. As we have dropped 60 points since then. RIP. RIP Bulls. I mean, that's basically what happened, right? I said I gave it like one last shot here to push up there, right? Because that was the SMT if it was going to go higher. And that's what I was mentioning. Like, I didn't love that ES could not make a new high session twice there, right? So that's where things started to slow down on the long side. And yeah, we're dropping now. So it's very much like a range trade day, and the easier trade to be part of there is near the morning. This is the manipulation, right? And then it's just accumulation, manipulation, distribution, right? All right, sick. Fire in the hole. Woohoo, 608, 611 likes. Get it to 700. Good day. It's a good day. It's a good day. You know what's funny is that I literally thought that the I thought that the New York Stock Exchange was going to be a little bit louder. I actually had a feeling it was going to be quiet, but I thought it was crazy. I was there, you guys, on Friday at the New York Stock Exchange when the Friday drop happened, and there's no more pit trading or anything. It's just market makers there on the floor, and if you didn't look at the screens, you wouldn't know that there was a drop. There's nothing, like no yelling or anything. I just looked over, I was like, oh wow. And then I checked my news sources to see what had happened. And at the time, I was actually doing a little interview with Peter Tuchman, the Einstein of Wall Street, the most photographed trader on Wall Street. He was cool. Yeah, he's a really cool guy. 40 years at the New York Stock Exchange. And stay tuned and make sure to subscribe to my channel as well. On YouTube, that'll be coming out. My interview with him. And then actually after that, we went to the World Trade Center and we visited a hedge fund. It was on the 85th floor of the World Trade Center. Pretty crazy. Crazy views. And it was just cool to see how all of that works over there. You guys think that ES is gonna hit the low now? I mean, it's possible the way that if it's range trading and it never hit this low, when NASDAQ did, it could catch up. Very tricky. ES was starting to be weaker, right? Yes, basically we inverted this FEG that took out that minor buy side on the NASDAQ, and it invalidated that SMT, and that's where we just dropped from there, right? And it retested it here, and then further drop. Now this is where, price gets tricky, right? So I'm not in a rush to get into another trade. Got 4K out of that trade. And obviously it's not a clean, if it is going to move higher, it's not a clean move higher. It's pretty much range trades today. So we had marked the bottom of the range, which I had thought, which was this pre-market low, right? So that's why we ended up doing it that way. Clean up this for a bit so I can see this, right? Here, inversion. I mean, let's see what happens. Is ES gonna now continue down to that low? This is this pre-market low here. Again, ES is sometimes cleaner on the 2-minute because you can see there's just that drop down. It's pretty quick and it has a lot of FEGs. Yeah, I mean, you can see if it retraces. This is where the drop started. This is only pretty much if you're bearish. Which again, I was neutral today. So I'm not in a rush to get into another trade right now. Let's see here, but we are going to do the giveaway where we're giving away a 27-inch LG monitor. It's going to be sick. So you could see, I mean, that's literally I've chose out the one that I use. Well, it's the updated model because they update those models every year. I use that as my middle screen. So you're going to be able to see the candles in a super high resolution, high definition. So right, this was here in 1018. This is pretty much where we started dropping. NASDAQ, right? NASDAQ has a 2-minute above 50% as well. So that's what I'd like to just use that to monitor what we're gonna do next. If we just invert this, I mean, we're just gonna have a high resistance move back higher. If we close above it, if we just tap into it and then start dropping, then could have that continuation down lower. I redraw there the inversion here. Inverted, came back, then continued dropping. Took out the sell side here. Some minor sell side here as well, just trend line liquidity. So yeah, it could retrace here. I'm not particularly bearish, to be honest with you. Just in the fact that let's go to zoom out on the 15. Actually, let's zoom out on the 15-minute again. Right, because we already had, like, we didn't really have a major SMT just on the 1 minute. So that 1 minute SMT can just serve. I'm not going to put so much emphasis on that to go take out like 4 hour levels. I'd rather use a 15-minute SMT, right? So that's why it was way easier to take this SMT. This was like a 15-minute or even hourly one versus the pre-market low here, right? And what I mean by that is like, yeah, it shows up on the higher time frames. This 1 minute SMT here is not showing up on the higher time frames because look, ES and NASDAQ both retraced and made a local high here. It didn't take out this high. No, nothing interesting. So that's why I'm not particularly bearish right now to be going like, oh, I think we're going to go for that pre-market low on ES or gap fill it. So I think it's more of like a seek and destroy, a little bit like of a range trade or a high resistance move higher, meaning it's not going to go smoothly one high after another. It'll take out a high and then take out a lower time frame low before that that made the high. So that when you are trailing, you are going to get stopped out and profit. And there's nothing wrong with that. So anyway, let's see right now what we're going to do with this 2 minute NASDAQ. They already tapped into it once actually, and they couldn't make another low, right? This did tap into it. Tiny bit wicked into it. Seen ES now. What time is it? 10:33. I think we're giving away at yeah, so let me see. There's a link in the chat for the giveaway, I believe. Yes, it's pinned in the chat, and you have to be in the chat when I pick the winner. It ends at 10:50 a.m. So the winner has to be in the chat. If you don't, if the winner doesn't respond within 5 minutes of the announcement, I will redraw. All right. So make sure to hit the pinned link in the chat to enter. There's wow, 1,800 people entered already. Or there's 1,800 entries. Cool. Because you can unlock more entries. This is a fun giveaway. It's fun. And that's to celebrate Ninja Trader hitting 150K subs. Woo! That's fun. That's a fun time to be hitting it because now we're all going to be meeting up in Naples. So make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. And enter the giveaway. All right, so basically we're still in this 2 minutes, so this makes me think that we're gonna have more of a high resistance push up back higher, especially these highs are very smooth here, right? They're pretty smooth highs. There's not like a jagged high, right? This is a jagged high up here, right? So it is harder to reach that. It's harder to make those types of plays. That's why, I mean, I'm not really surprised that it didn't go straight to it after this minor buy side here. So, yep, good tape reading there. We have 5 minutes of cleaner here. Not so much. A lot of wicks, 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 wicks. Wicks be wicking. Closing above on that 2 minute now. So, I made that inversion. So, let's see you guys. See if Nasdaq ends up making the new high. Again, I'm not really, I don't know. What time is it? It's 10:36. Is there any 1 minute SMT here for the upside? Yeah, there is. Right. So I'll be tape reading this one. And then I would draw a fib from here to here. And there is a bullish FEG that is below 50% here, this part of it. Hmm. Yeah. We can just keep drawing the fib. Either that or it'll run up without retracing. That's fine either way. But the point is like we've tape read correctly pretty well. The 1 minute, there's a 1 minute FEG right here that is in a discount. It'd be kind of interesting if it did retrace to there. Order block here as well. Don't need this. This was I was right, the 2 minute bearish one I marked out to see if we're gonna have a shift back bullish. So I'm just deleting it as I see that we did expand past it and close above it. All right. Minor buy side. Back up to that level now. Basically, when you see me looking through the different time frames when I have a fib up, I'm looking to see if there's any bullish fair value gaps that line up within my fib levels, below 50%. Right, so on the 2 minute, yeah, so most of the 2 minute FEG is below 50%. But in the 1 minute, all of this one is. So that's basically what I do. It's not rocket science. No gatekeeping here. See on ES now, this one is below 50%. So let's see if it retraces down to here. And like I said, this is order block and fair value gaps. It's at 10:40, right? We are choosing the giveaway winner in 9 minutes. Who will win? I think there's 2,000 entries already. And don't forget, like, don't forget that we're also having a competition 1 week from today for the arena, Ninja Trader Arena Cup Challenge. So if you haven't signed up for that, check that out as well. First day qualifiers is Monday the 20th. And I will be here on Ninja Trader live streaming it. Me and some other creators. It's going to be fun. Me and some other traders like Jade Cap, Lumi will be here. We'll be having our own competition with charity. Our winnings will go to charity, and that's going to be super fun. That way, we're not taking away any sort of prize from you guys, from the audience. So, yeah, check that out. Also, I'm sure that they're putting the link for that in the chat as well. In total, there's 400K in prizes. It's crazy. Actually, oh shoot, the one that I'm hosting is full. There's already 10,000 people entered. Damn. So keep an eye out for like the second and third qualifier then. Because the top 10% of those in from the qualifier rounds will then move on to the championship round, where the winner will win $100,000 in cash prizes. And even in the qualifiers, I see now that there's a qualifier 2 is open now. I think that they'll probably put the link there in the chat as well. 3,000 people have entered. So there's still 7,000 spots there. That will be the 27th. Yeah, so basically, if you don't know, Ninja Trader's hosting this huge competition. There'll be 3 qualifying rounds of 10,000 participants in each round. The top 10% in each round, the top 1,000 people will then go to the championship, where there's a 250K prize pool, and the winner will win 100K in cash. And even in the qualifiers, there's prize pools, right? There's a 50K prize pool for each qualifier, and the first place in each qualifier will win $8,000 in cash. So that's really sick. That's like the biggest competition I've seen. And you got nothing to lose. So, I mean, obviously that's why the first qualifier is already full. So if you haven't registered for that, there's a second qualifier that is open to register for, and already 3,000 people have registered. But anyway, I'll be here next week. Make sure you're on Monday. There'll be a bunch of us here live streaming on Monday and taking trades. It's gonna be fun. So isn't that funny? Like, this is why it's good to draw out fib. So then you're not buying and chasing price, right? And now we have retraced into that point of interest here on NASDAQ. We just did. Wait, did we actually? Yeah, we did. See the little wick into that area right below this. And see, if you had put your buy limit there, it'd be in the zero drawdown at the moment. And it's just a much better risk reward, obviously, than if you're just buying. That's why it's helpful to just draw a fib. When in doubt, fib it out. Right? Then you're not buying and chasing. So far, like the 4-hour looks funny on both of them. So you can see here, we'll tape read this from where this area I marked out on NASDAQ. And what's funny is that I did mark out this one on ES. I said, oh yeah, this is above 50%. And it wicked that area, didn't come back into it yet. Anyway, the reason why I'm not in a position right now is because I want to open myself up to more risk after taking this nice long here. This still looks decent, but and it's a good RR. Oh, look at that. See if it will take out this low or not. This is essentially where the SMT was, right? So let's see if it takes out that fib below. ES, will it come into this lower one? Basically, I would not want for Nasdaq to stay bullish and don't want this low to get violated, right? It's a fib low. This is the retracement. This would have been if I had been in the trade, that would have been my fill. So then it would have been zero drawdown, then drawdown for 1 minute. Now back to break even here. So let's see what ends up happening here. ES did retrace into the deeper FEG here. So maybe that was all what it needed to do. We'll find out soon. And also soon, we're about to choose a giveaway winner. And make sure you got to be in the chat to claim the prize. Oh, wow, there's still 1.8K people watching. Wow. Wow. Tanya, what's your take on the gap below? Will we fill it's on the 15-minute? I was talking about that all morning, basically, right? No, because we don't have any clean structure yet to the downside. You know, we tried to, if we had already, if we had sustained this down move, then I would look for the gap fill, but we had wicked it, so I went for the reversal, and that's my long setup. And since getting stopped out in profit of the longs, we'd neither made a new low of the session. We're still inside. Push back up. Looks like it's getting dangerously close to this little swing low there. And it's just looking like lower probability right now. For me to want to look for a gap fill, honestly, like I said it straight up in the morning. I wanted one of them to take out London high and the other not to, and then have a divergence there and go lower. And neither of them took out London high. So that's why I haven't taken a short. And it's just not looking pretty anymore. A lot of ranging. Right? But honestly, today, what was the range? We had a pretty good range on the NASDAQ, 180 points, something like that. Yeah, about 190 points. And were able to get 90 to 100 points of that. Long from here to there. Good so far. Oop, NASDAQ took out that low. See how we react there. It's rough. All right. Good morning. Okay, you guys, there are also two winners. There's one for the monitor and one for the lifetime license. So one person will also win a lifetime NinjaTrader license, which is amazing. You get the best commissions. Okay, the giveaway is about to be closed. Yep, the giveaway is now closed, and soon we're going to pick the winner. Hype, hype, hype. Hit the like button. Damon says preemptive cheering. Cool. Banger, banger, banger. All right. All right, cool. The producer has just sent me a message. The monitor winner is Nanka, Nanka. And the license winner is Hadi, Hadi, all in caps. Congrats to Nanka and Hadi, but you have 5 minutes to type something in the chat to claim your prize. So let's see if you're here. I think they're about to write. Yeah, Nanka and Hadi. Ninja Trader just tagged them in the chat. So let's see. Where you at? Where you at? Oh, Hattie's there. Congrats. You won a lifetime license to Ninja Trader. Woohoo. Hattie is there. Where are you, Nanka? Where you at? Where you at? They got 5 minutes to claim the monitor. Otherwise, we choose again. Where we at? Where are we at? Nanka's got 2 more minutes. If she or he does not type in the chat, we will redraw for the monitor. Paul, you're funny. Tim passed an eval. Congrats. Let's see what's going to end up happening. One more minute. Where you at? Where you at? Video Star Kid says 151,000 subscribers now too. So awesome to see. Hell yeah. Woohoo. 30 more seconds. The end of this 1 minute candle, we will redraw if Nanka does not claim in the chat. Lenny is funny. We got a timer anyway right there going on my charts, right? And by the way, that's just the indicator called bar timer. Five, four, three, two, one. Redrawing, redrawing. Uh-oh. Redrawing the winner for the monitor, 27-inch ultrafine LG monitor ergonomic stand. Redrawing, the producer says. All right. Stand by now. Redraw. Who's the new winner? Also, the new winner will have 5 minutes to claim, or else we will redraw again. The winner is Chicken Dinner. Congrats to Chicken Dinner. Winner, chicken dinner, as they say. The winner, the new winner, redrawed winner is Chicken Dinner. Can't, if you can believe that. That is hilarious. So, Chicken Dinner, we're waiting for you to type something in the chat. You better be here. Edwards L had chicken dinner yesterday. Word, nice. I had steak and cream spinach. It was good. That is hilarious. Winner, chicken dinner. Where you at? Where you at? They responded. Did they respond? I'm looking through the chat also. Oh, there you are. Chicken dinner said that would be me. Hell yeah. Thank you, thank you. Congrats. There we go. That's what we needed to see. Super fun day here on the stream. Super fun day. We got those longs and we gave away a NinjaTrader lifetime license and an LG monitor. So NinjaTrader will be in touch with the winners. Congrats. And if you want to see more giveaways in the future, make sure you subscribe. You tell your friends to subscribe. We're live here on NinjaTrader every day. And here we go. What a fun day.
Hey, morning, Tanya.
Good morning, Still. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Great day today.
Awesome.
Yeah, took along and got about 100 points on the NASDAQ. So can't complain.
Hell yeah. That's great. Yeah, it was really ripping there for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we kind of just started to range within the range.
Yep. Yes. It does look like it's trying to build out a really annoying balance day.
Yeah.
I'd like to see this. I don't know. I'm leaning. I know this is crazy to say out loud, but I'm leaning bearish on ES at the moment. We kind of retested that spot that I was looking for over. Let's see how close we actually got to it. Let me get this. Yeah, that guy. Yep, we couldn't break out of this stupid monthly cloud at 95, and yep, now we're just grinding lower. I don't know. We got that big
I know that
gap.
big gap, but
Not a real gap as far as we're concerned. but yeah, they do sit there and make me curious. So I don't know.
for
Maybe
sure.
I'll be able to get short to this weekly open today, or we're just gonna build volume here.
Yeah, the weekly open is right above the gap, right? So why do you say it's not a real gap? I'm just wondering.
Oh, any sort of we just don't count this overnight gap in auction market theory stuff.
Okay.
Because our gaps are just based on previous day high and lows, just like RTH sessions. But something this big is definitely worth noting for me.
Oh yeah.
And then they left this all. I don't know. I traded the hell out of Friday, and I watched them, leave this massive node here at 66.95 when they closed. So I don't know. I don't know what this market wants to do, but
Wants to do whatever it wants to do.
yep. Yes.
That's what I've seen. Were you trading on Friday?
Yes, I was. It was extremely weird. I was super long all day, and then all of a sudden that news hit, or whatever happened, and it was just like, the candle moves so fast that the screen kind of freezes. That's what happened. Me and XY were both
going
on.
through the floor of your chart, and you have to start zooming out more.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. I was zoomed into like a 18-point range, and I was like, all right, hold on, let me find where this
You
candle
got to
is
start
at.
redrawing more levels. You got to start drawing more and more levels, go down to the weekly levels. Then it's a crazy day.
Yep. It was wild. We got to my last chance longs. I took those, and those got pummeled, and then I eventually ended up getting short until the contractor roll gap. So that was cool.
Oh, okay, cool.
It was a lot of work for Friday, though. I definitely paid I paid the mental capital price.
That's a good thing. Then you go into a weekend and you could just kind of refresh and reset.
Then I eventually ended up
Had a great
getting
weekend.
Steelers won. 18-point
complaints.
range, and I
How
was
about
like,
you?
all right, hold on, let me
Awesome.
find where this
You
candle
gotta
is
start
at.
really redrawing more levels. You gotta start drawing more and more levels, go down to weekly levels. Then
Whoa, what?
it's a
Oh yeah, I
crazy
saw you got a
day.
picture with
Yep,
the dude.
yep.
I don't
It was
remember that
wild.
guy's
We
name.
got
Peter
to like
Tuckman, yeah.
Yes, that's it.
my
Yeah.
last
it's
chance.
pretty cool. It was awesome. Yeah.
Longs.
He
I took
invited
those,
me,
and those got
and
pummeled.
It was really
and then
sick. We had
I eventually
we did an
ended up
interview,
getting short
give
until
me
the contractor roll
tour,
gap. So that
give
was
me a
cool.
little history.
Oh,
I also
okay,
vlogged
cool.
it.
It was a lot of
It's gonna
work
be
for
cool.
Friday, though. I
That's
definitely
awesome.
paid the
And,
mental capital price.
Yeah, I know. It's so cool because I walked
that's a good
past
thing.
it
Then
all.
you go into a
Wall
weekend,
Street,
you
I've
could
lived here
just
my
kind
whole
of
life, never been
refresh.
inside. Now
and
you gotta get invited,
And
reset.
and so it's
I eventually
cool.
ended up
behind the closed doors.
had a great weekend.
So sick.
Steelers won. 18-point range, and I was like,
back
all right,
there
hold
that's
on.
awesome.
Let me
Like,
find
what's the coolest part?
let me
What was
find
the
where this
coolest
candle
part?
is
Other
at.
than getting
redrawing
Friday
levels.
levels.
You gotta start
I
drawing
would
more and
say
more
like
levels,
yeah,
go down to
rings
weekly
of
levels. Then you know
Whoa,
seeing
what?
the
Oh yeah, I saw you got a
crazy
picture with
things
the dude.
Yep.
So
I
cool.
don't
It was
remember that
wild.
guy's
We got
name.
to like my-
Yes, that's it.
like my last
chance.
At 9:30.
It was awesome. Yeah.
Longs.
Morning.
I took
Invited
those.
me,
Those
and,
got pummeled.
It was
and
really
then
sick.
So there's
We
like
had
a
I eventually
separate
ended up
IPO bell as well.
getting short
okay.
until the contractor
Cool.
roll gap. So that
Give
was
me a
cool.
little
They even had
history.
I also
Okay,
vlogged
cool.
it. It's like
It was a
kind
lot
of
of
like a
work for
museum.
Friday, though. I
That's
definitely
awesome.
paid
Oh, yeah.
The
the
literal
mental capital price.
Yeah, I know.
of
It's so cool because
the stock
that's
exchange.
a good thing. Then you go into a weekend, you could just kind of refresh and you gotta get invited,
And
reset.
then
And so
I eventually ended up
behind the closed doors.
had a great
All the
weekend.
screens of
Steelers
these
won.
and
18-point range, and I was like, all right, hold on. Let me find
What's the coolest part?
let me find where this
Coolest
candle is
part.
at.
redrawing levels. You gotta start drawing more and more levels, go down to weekly levels. Then you know
Whoa, what?
it's
Oh yeah, I
crazy
saw you got a
day.
picture with the
Dropping,
dude.
but
It was wild. We got to like my
Yes,
that's it.
just
Like my last chance.
It was
awesome. Yeah.
Longs. I took those.
No one
Those got
got
pummeled.
It was
and
really
then
sick. We had
I eventually ended up
So it's just
getting short until the contractor roll gap. So that was
Give me a little
they
history.
summarized
I also
parts
vlogged
of
it.
quarters.
It was a lot of work for Friday, though. I definitely paid
The
the
literal
mental capital
cool.
price.
Yeah, I know.
Like
It's so cool because that's
seeing
a good thing that
the
you go into a
buttons
weekend, you could just kind of refresh and you
and
gotta get invited, reset. And so
I eventually ended up
behind the closed tables.
had a great weekend. Steelers won. 18-point range, and I was like, all right, hold on. Let me find
redrawing levels. You gotta start drawing more and more levels.
Whoa, what? Oh yeah, I saw you got a picture with the dude. It was wild. We got to like my yes, that's it. Like my last chance. Longs. I took those. Those got pummeled. And then I eventually ended up getting short until the contractor roll gap. So that was cool. It was a lot of work for Friday, though. I definitely paid the mental capital price.
Yeah, I know. It's so cool because that's the good thing that you go into a weekend, you could just kind of refresh and you gotta get invited, reset.
I eventually ended up
behind the closed
had a great weekend. Steelers won. 18-point range, and I was
For this Thursday and Friday.
Me too.
Fun.
I had to get proper golf shoes as
Oh, me too.
required by the fancy club. I've always just golfed in my Converse. I've never gotten golf shoes before. Yeah, I know that might sound crazy, but that's what I've always done. Yep. So
Oh wow. Okay.
yes.
Cool.
So that was fun. So we'll
Whatever
see.
works. Mhm.
I'll either be a lot better or a lot worse.
Nah, you'll be better. I got new ones too. Got these pink ones.
Sick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I tried to
So-
get these 89 Jordan throwback golf shoes, but they came and they didn't fit, so I was bummed. I had to go to Dick's and get these Pumas instead. But next season I'll get the throwback Air Jordan golf shoes. I can't believe that's a thing. I was like, yeah, I have to have this. This is ridiculous.
I know, right?
But no, I'm not a shoe
Everyone's saying in
person.
the chat, post, not pit. Thank you. Post.
Post, okay.
Yeah, not okay. Good to know. And My bad. I wasn't even, but when was I born? In the late 90s. Yeah, I think it was pretty much over by then. I think electronic trading came, yeah, pretty quickly, actually, after I was born. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, Peter Tuchman did a really good job about giving us a tour and everything.
That's so
But
cool.
yeah, it's gonna be a fun weekend. I'm looking forward to Florida.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's
Looking for better
freezing here,
weather.
so
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah.
we
It's
got a
been-
nor'easter here.
Ooh, those things suck.
100%. So,
This is a perfect time for us to go to Florida. It was like raining and 42 degrees today. And I was like, oh, okay. 2 more days, I can get out of here.
mm-hmm. 100%. Just counting down the days. Well, I'll leave you to it, Stowe. Good luck and good
Cool.
trade. Yeah, good luck and good trading. Should be it's a fun, interesting range we got here.
Yep. Plenty of meat on the bone here. We'll see what it wants to do, but
Mhm.
we'll do something. Thanks, Tanya. See you in a
Thanks.
bit.
See you soon.
Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Mark, I don't have a Steelers jersey. We've been over this. I'm more of a Bills fan anyway. Good morning, GDL. Good morning. Yeah, I've only ever worn Converse to do everything. It's just kind of like, yeah, it's just the shoe. I don't know. Good morning, guys. There's everybody. Nice. Good morning, Riley. Jims, JC. Good morning. Good morning. Sir Grumbles. Good morning. Drunk Radish. Good morning, my friend. What's up, Tim? What's up? Hey, Nautilus. What's up? Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody feeling today? Everybody feeling good? Kind of spicy. Morning today. I sat most of it out because we're kind of in the middle of nowhere, and Q looked like it was really making a push for the high. I'll get into this in a second once I say hi to everybody. We'll let everybody get in here. Hey, Tracy. Good morning. No wit. I shall never get to New Balances. However, I did have to start replacing the soles of Converse shoes. I have to put different insoles in there. I'm gelling. If you know, you know. Trying to talk me in this continuation short down here. Blue team doing something. I don't think so, though. This is a cautious day for me, for sure. Post-trend day, kind of. I don't know. I don't really know if post-weird news liquidation counts as post-trend day, but it should. The book is still very thin, which is good. That means we can size down and still get a bunch of points. I had some execution problems this morning. A copier I was using was messing up, so I tried to get in the short here and got right out. I ended up getting this continuation short here. I might be done. I got 20 points out of that, so I don't hate it, and it looks like we're making this. I mean, this low sucks now for sure. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about how I want to approach this because it just keeps going violently in both directions. Like I almost got in up here. We we got up, started to consolidate, and then we liquidated big time out of that back to the open. But now 660's catching the knife, so I'm just gonna wait. Gonna be careful. Today. That's the plan. Morning, Man Bear Bowl. Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning. Good morning, Shauna. Hey. Nice. Good job, man, dude. Atlanta's fun. Gnarly traffic. Hey, Nathan. Good morning. Good morning, A. Jacobson. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I think the CME's still up. Everything's still normal today. It's just the bond market's closed. Pretty sure. Whoa, do they really? Beach, I could put, wow, that's awesome. I could put golf cleats on on my chucks. That would be crazy. Good morning, Justin. Hey, what's up, bud? Morning, Fitz. Yeah, it's open. Everything's open. I mean, just the bond market's closed today, I think. Pretty sure. Don't listen to me. I don't know. But I'm fairly certain. Cool. Good. Good. Is it Canadian Thanksgiving? That's fun. Hmm. Just gonna go up in a straight line right now, huh? Kind of violent. ES and NQ are they're kind of high time frame diverging right now. I'll show you in a second. I'm just trying to see if I should get back short here. I might wait for the +1. It's pretty wild. This all of this stuff is a little weird. So made a big push, consolidate, drop, consolidate, push. No real consolidation up here on that. So this was more like a ricochet off of these folks. So I don't know. There's definitely a buyer down here still. I just don't. I mean, it's an equal low now, which I hate. Haven't run any of this. None of this has been run. So this is all. These are the London lows, I guess, down here. Very strong. Have not even been able to get any of those stops. So we'll see. We'll see if we leave this node up here again on this last trip. You can see all this passive selling here. Just don't know. I'm not trying to take a trade in the middle of nowhere today. It looks like we're going to be balancing to a degree today. So exactly, Shreddy. Exactly. I like this. I like this emoji guy. Saxophone, telephone, guitar, trash can, paperclip. I like it. Hmm. No, Malik's Mel's nothing's going on today. It's just it's a bank holiday. It's Columbus Day. The bond market's closed. That's it. Kids are home from school, if that affects you. Fellow parents. Crude wallet. My opening range is 5 minutes, the one that you're looking at here. So OR high to OR low is a 5-minute opening range. Yeah, this is the London 30-second opening range here. And it kind of, I mean, it was really long and then really short. And now this 88 is holding it down. I talked about this a little bit yesterday on the Sunday show. That was fun. Chilling with Sarah and Pax and Nick. Let me pull this up. All right, so let's look at the big chart. Let's just get some bearings. So pretty much the entirety of October is just this tight balance range. And I mean, I'd even make it even tighter. It was like 67.45 to 68.10. I mean, this is a tight box. And you can see what happens when we leave a range violently. You can see what happens to the VWAP bands, right? They get pretty wild. Currently, the previous week, -1 is this 88.75 that we can't seem to clear. It's just right up in here. My delta's reset since then, but there was a lot of absorption up here too. So, on Monday and Tuesday, we use those for trend context. And if we can't get above it, that's, confirming a downtrend. And then we also flip back to the big guy. We also can't get out of the purple band. And purple band is our October -1. I had hopes here. I had hopes that this was going to be possible. When I saw this overnight, I was like, but RTH holding it in. So I really don't want to be long above or below 88 to 94, we'll call it. And I mean, these numbers, the 88 is going to stay the same, but 94 will move depending on how price reacts. But we're just building this node here. And this is the top of it. So I've just taken a couple very cautious shorts today, and I got 20 points. So I kind of feel good about that. Might just chill. Oh, the Russell's leading. That's good. Good job. I only trade the Russell, or well, I don't actually ever trade the Russell, but I only look at the Russell when Delhi is long. That's it. Those are my qualifiers. I mean, look at this. Look at price go literally straight up right now out of 64. Just 20 points in a straight line up. Disgusting. So I shan't be shorting this spot either. For crude wallet, I use 30 seconds for London. I'm mostly just trying to see like where it opened. So 30 seconds is good enough for me for that. All right, we're pushing. Yep, seller's still there for sure. I need a little bit more to lean on then. And just that little blip though. Let's see what NQ's doing. Nah, I'm still good. I want this to fail properly up here. And it doesn't look like it's, I mean, the bid is bidding, so I'm not going to step in front of these dudes. Hey, good morning, Flat here. How are you, brother? Michael, how to feel about the Steelers? I don't know, man. They look okay. I haven't really seen them play like many competitive teams, but they're already well on the way to the playoffs the way the division works. So that's kind of all anybody here cares about. Um, Looked pretty good yesterday, but I mean, you're playing the Browns, so Browns had a lot of holes in their game yesterday. The big thing on Sports Talk Radio today was that so we're playing the Bengals on Thursday, and Flacco versus Rodgers might be the oldest quarterback matchup that's ever happened. I got out of the car before they told me if that was true or not, but I thought that was pretty funny. Like, yeah, Flacco and Rodgers, they've been around for forever, man. No, I'm not a Steelers fan. Where I grew up, I mean, I live in the neighborhood, or I live in the region for Steelers fans, but where I grew up as a kid, we were closer to Buffalo than Pittsburgh, so everybody there was a Bills fan. Hey, trading for keeps. Hope you did too, bud. I had a great weekend. I feel very relaxed actually, which is nice. I did not feel very relaxed last week. I don't know why. No, I'm not from Maine, Flocky. That'd be cool. I would live in Maine. Well, I mean, if I had to. I like it here, but CH has a question. With the recent volatility around Truth Social. Okay, this is fun. I should have read this before I started reading it. All right, anyway. I'm wondering if we've seen the last of the market tremors or if there's still more drama to come before year end. Is now a good time to take profit and unplug for a bit, or are we in for another round of surprises? Oh, bro. I don't know, man. Anything could happen. Um, there's no it's like assigning the why to why things are happening in the market is almost the most useless pursuit for me. It's basically the most pointless thing I can do is try to figure out why something happened. I mean, because there's no need to know why. You're watching I mean, I'm watching orders come in and out. I don't care why they're in here. I don't know. So, I mean, unless you follow social media and like you're interested in it, there's really no need to wonder those things. The market will create all kinds of reasons to do whatever it's going to do. I mean, it's just going to do it. Volatility comes in, participants decide they want out, participants decide they want in. Who the hell knows what they're up to? You literally can't know what other traders are trying to do. So, no point in thinking about it. Just do your own thing. If you feel like taking profit on whatever you have to take profit on, just do it, man. Do whatever you feel like doing. Let's see if this 88 holds on the way. Yeah. See, they tried to bait me into this thing back here, and I was wary. It was NQ saved me from this. Give it a shot. See if this little node guy's gonna hold. Let's see what 88 wants to do. 88, 25, yeah, 3.5 points. That's fine. We'll take a shot. They gave us a pullback for ants there. Try to take it. Oh, vintage traders from Maine. That's awesome. Yeah, I like Maine a lot. Very good beer in Maine. Yeah, very good beer. Played Portland a couple times. Cool theater there. Uh, Thank you, Regal. I mean, I like Aaron Rodgers. He's a pretty strange guy, which I'm into. I like people that are weird like that. Um, I just think it's fun. And people feel enough freedom to be as completely insane as they want to be. Yeah, man, dude, I've been to many shows in Erie. Forward Hall when I was a kid. Isaac, this is an interesting question, bud. Isaac says, "So, can you please suggest a daily drawdown limit and entry size for prop challenges?" No, I can't. The thing about that is you got to do your own math and figure out your own sizing. But the thing about prop challenges or just using props in general is you got to treat that like it's your own money. Otherwise, two things happen to you. Number one, um, you'll you'll get yourself outside of the real benefit of using that to practice with. Meaning that like you'll get too used to the idea of not having your own skin in the game. And then secondly, you'll start to game a lot of those rules, and that is ultimately a net negative for you when you get to the part where you have to trade your own money. Because ultimately, the goal of those things should be just to set you up for success in the future. So it should be like half practice with some skin in the game, right? Trying to see if this 88 is going to hold up. Put another one there. So whatever drawdown you have, just treat that like it's your own money. If you have a $3,000 drawdown, size accordingly. And you can figure out. So the reason I can't tell you how to size is I don't know how you trade. And no one trades the same. Everybody's going to trade differently. Um, a good thing to know is what your max consecutive losses is. And you can do that. You can find that out easily. All you have to do is go to a equity curve simulator. You can just Google that and a bunch pop up. And what you'll want to do is you want to plug in your win rate and then your win percentage and run, 1,000 different simulations. And it will eventually tell you how many total losses you can sustain in a row before you go to zero. And you need to size in a way that protects you against ruin, right? So you should at least be sizing small enough so that you can take however many losses in a row you need to take and allow yourself to stay in the game and let variance be on your side at some point. This 92 guy is like really making a stand right here. Look at this ledge. I think we're going to get him. Maybe not. I also I got some DMs a while ago about what is variance and what, because I say the word variance a lot. I understand that that can be a concept that not a lot of people know about, so I'll talk about that a little bit today. I'm just watching this trade. 93. You're just gonna absorb the whole thing? What are we doing here? What are we doing here, boys? Huh? Huh? Like I'm standing on a rug a little bit. Not loving it. NQ's buying this 880 spot. Huh? How about this time? We get through him this time? Maybe. Maybe. There you go. You got a cross. Nice, nice. Okay. This puts us right at the top of that band now. We're trying to get out again. Woo! Let's go. Now, I did get filled right there. We didn't break the IB. Did we? No. 7 lots filled at 97. Wow, lucky me. I got filled. That's cool.
Very nice.
I like. Anyway, sorry about that. I will tuck this under here and then we can keep talking. Let me make sure I'm not over my spot here. Okay, cool. Anyways. Oh, good. That's awesome, Flight here. Good for you, buddy. Thanks for hanging, man. I love trading with you. Yes. Bissell Brothers Phoenix, indeed. Indeed. Very, 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 very good beer. Did Jim say he was bearish? Well, you know the rule about inversing Jim. I mean, we came up, we're fighting with the thing again. See? Now we're at 93. So we're currently trying to escape. And we're making this like, I mean, this low volume here is pretty awesome. This would be nice if we could zip through it. Obviously, this is like 40 points. So I don't know if it's going to be that clean, but I'm going to lean long on here, over here just because of the way that the day type is setting up, but I just have these in the back of my head. And we cleared 88 and we came back down and we tested it a couple times here. So this is I'm just intraday, not trying to get too weird, remember? I just need 5 to 10 points at a time. But I like this. So that's why I got these longs in. I see it's at least getting an overnight high. Why not? Why not? Why not us? I was also short today, Luke. But yeah, it's just why did I buy this? Look at this. Look at this straight line right here. There wasn't a buyer in sight right here. Nobody. And then we got a tiny little pullback to this, this little high. It's holding. Yeah. And I have a target, right? Because we're going to break the IB high or the IB low, like, I don't know, 80% of the time, something like that. So I'm like, okay, I can get in here, couple lots, take one off at IB for 7 points, and then hold the rest if we're going to get out of this high time frame stuff. But yeah, that's why. And then if we lose this and get back in here, then I'll have a good volume node to lean off of for a short continuation to the other side. But it's a lot of two-way today until this. one giant 30-point straight up nightmare bid. So I don't know. Oh, you're welcome, Isaac. No problem. Oh, Harry asked the same question. Why am I long? Same those things. I had a target. Could put on with a decent amount of risk. Yeah, leaning on this LVN at the time. I think I explained that pretty good. Yes, never fade Jim, YouTube goer 246. That is true. Pay the Stowe. Pay that Stowe his money. He beat me. He beat me straight up. I can kind of do that accent, I guess, huh? That's cool. All night to just chick, chick, chick. I do need some Oreos for Tintin. You're right. Don't Russell Wilson us though. Fair enough. Hey Jeremiah. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Nice to see new people float around. This place is cool. Everybody in here is nice. I used to have some trolls, but they're gone. I'm until more resurface. I'm troll free, which is interesting. How did I learn how to trade like this? It was not a course. No, I just mostly just YouTube and hanging around, asking good traders questions. That's pretty much it. My stuff is a combination of volume profile, VWAP bands that I use to identify trend. And I learned that it's much easier to go with a trend than to fight it. So I created some rules around my VWAP bands to keep me out of as much trouble as humanly possible. Yeah. So that's it. Just hanging out. That's how I learned how to do it. You can teach yourself how to do almost anything, man. So it's just gotta, I don't know. You probably have to like it enough. I know that the idea of like freedom and be your own boss and trade and whatever, it sounds cool, but it's actually not that fun if you don't love it. So you have to also love it. I happen to love it. Best game ever. So. Yeah, money helps too, Justin. Yes. I did start with nothing. I started with $0, so you can do that. You can turn Monopoly money into actual money and make a career out of this if you want to. It's not, it's a very, very slim chance. The odds are stacked against you, but you always have a chance, dude. Oh yeah, I also have there's some videos for free that you can look at on paintingthetape.net if you want to, Jeremiah. And then our other dudes, XY, Nick, and Leo. Leo has a bunch of playbook stuff up there too. Yeah, but lots of free stuff for you. NQ's losing its spot up here. Not looking good for the runner.
Like I'm talking to one of my daughters. Come on, sweetheart.
Cool. No problem, bud. No problem. Dane has a good one. Dane says, also good morning, Dane. Hello. Stowe, ES has been back and forth in a range, and many people trade from the edges back towards the other side. What made you enter high for continuation higher? That's just the setup I saw in that moment. I do deep down think that this is going to be a balance day. It's feeling like one, but I'm just going continuation higher based on like this is a pretty big context shift right here. Same as this was too. So I wasn't trying to buy this down here because this was like yikes. And now this is like yikes in the opposite direction. So now we have two poor highs where we have a poor high and a poor low, this is fun. Um, yeah, but I liked holding this 88, and yeah, I guess the reason I got in it is because I saw more buyers and sellers here, and I had a target, so IB high break, and then overnight high was ultimately my real target. But yeah, that's it. I totally plan to get stopped here and then go back to neutral if I have to. So, but we'll see. As far, I come on here all the time. I am at least trading. Well, this week's a little different because we're all going to be hanging out in Florida. But normally I'm on 5 days, 5 times a week minimum, usually more. And no, I don't have a trading room or anything. The best way to talk to me is like right now, right here. This is the trading room. We're inside of it. You are the trading room you want to be. Ah, they're pushing him. They're going to save me. That was close. One tick away. I'll stay on the other side of that if I'm going to get back in this. Let's see, 85. That's 4. That's 4 points. What time is it? 11:43. We'll see. Might just pull the ejection button on this one. I think you got a buyer right there, though. Yeah, somebody definitely buying the NQ right there. Is he gonna win though? Little fight. Yeah, I'll just get out. This could still work. It's just we're getting into middle of nowhere territory a little bit, so we're back below the monthly band. We couldn't get out, so we'll chill. No, Frank, I just trade from home. The NT studios are in Florida, but I get to see them, so that's gonna be cool. But yeah, as far, just hang here. This is where you watch me and talk to me too. It's a poor high too, KDR. I got both. We got both working right now. Yeah, trading for keeps. Yes, I'll do 9 days a week for sure. I don't know how. I'm gonna have to bend time and space, but I've been trying to do that anyway. So looks like that 88 guy really held it down. Good work, bud. Oh, thanks, Frank. I appreciate that. No, Edwards, I'm flat. I was long. that 88 spot, but NQ talked me out of it. It's okay. It's pretty aggressive. It's got to be weird, right, Phoenix? I'm pretty sure. Um, oh yeah, variance. So I wanted to talk about this. So I got a bunch of DMs about this. Like, what is variance? Why do you keep saying that word out loud? So I'll tell you. Variance is the thing that decides whether you win or lose, and it doesn't care how many losses in a row you've had, how many wins in a row you've had. Variance is the thing that resets every time that you do a thing. So the best way to explain this is like if you and I were playing a game and we're flipping a coin, and every time that, like, say I have a 50% win rate, and every time we flip that coin, there's a 50-50 chance it's going to be heads, right? So variance is that 50% chance. Now, if I have a trading strategy that has a total win rate of, let's say, 55%, that means I'm going to lose 45% of the time, right? So every time I get into a trade, some people might think that, if you've lost the last 3 or 4, you can, have a better chance of winning the next one. That's not true. Variance doesn't care how many you've lost in a row. The only thing it cares about is that win rate, and it's going to land on either side of that coin. That's the thing you have to remember if you're going to be, I don't know, people don't like to say placing bets, but if you're going to be putting risk on whatever, it's easier for me to think about it in terms of bets. But that's the thing you have to remember is just because you lost 3 times in a row on good trades doesn't mean you can't lose 3 more times in a row on good trades. That's variance. Now, occasionally, variance is your friend. In that example, variance is your enemy, but sometimes variance likes you and you'll win 4 in a row. Now, that's an outlier in your favor. So the reason I talk about variance all the time is it's important to keep the idea of luck and chance in your head as you do this, because even though you're going to lose 40% of the time, that 40% might come with 5, 10 losing trades in a row. That's why sizing and managing your risk is probably the most important part of this game, because you have to stay alive long enough to survive those times when variance hates your guts. And when you get through them, you'll also see streaks on the other side, and you'll be on a heater and you'll be like, I'm untouchable. No one can stop me. Me and variance, we're taking this thing to the moon. and that's its own problem. And then you get on winner's tilt, and that's probably a conversation for a different day. But the way that I trade is I'm a discretionary trader. I know my win rate. I know my profit factor. I need to be successful in the style that I trade. And so those are the metrics that I track. And when I talk about variance being on your side, it's just when variance is giving you more wins than you deserve. And when variance is against you, variance is giving you more losses than you deserve. And sometimes spider. Oh, that's good, Isaac. Cool. Yeah, same theory. Lots of good. I mean, I know that I believe that people have the word gambling in their minds as a negative, because it's like, there's some social stereotypes about that. There's religious connotations too to some folks. So they don't like that word. But there is a lot of useful math and about probabilities that applies to both worlds. And so if you've ever felt like, you don't like the phrase gambling, or that it bums you out, like, try to imagine probabilities instead and go down that math rabbit hole, because that math can still help you in this world a little bit when it comes to sizing and expectations, and having some reality around these numbers on a screen. I'm not telling you, Jacob. I'm not telling you what a poor eye is. There's only probability and variance. That's right. You are right, my friend. Variance is hard to explain, Flight here. Did I do an okay job? I don't know. I know that people don't like to hear those gambling analogies, so I'm trying to find different ways to explain that, but that's just the way that it's mapped in my brain. I don't know. Jim, maybe Jim can help me.
So,
Hey, morning, brother.
yeah, good to see you, man.
Good. Good to see you too. Let me pull up the Zoom so I can see you in real life. There you are.
Wow.
Looking
you
good,
go.
Jim. Happy Monday.
Thank you. Happy Monday. Congratulations on Discount Double Check. He had a good game.
Yes, he did. He
Yeah.
did pretty good. He did pretty good.
Yeah. 116 quarterback rating. Not bad. 2 touchdowns.
Yep. It was cool. I even got the under. I was
did you?
I was all set.
That's the thing about South Carolina. There's not a lot of legal sins you could do.
You're missing out.
I know.
We have almost all of them up here. Close.
I so badly wanted to bet on Indiana Hoosiers. I knew they were going to win, and couldn't.
Couldn't pull the trigger.
I should have called you to place a bet for me.
Yeah, man. I mean, or quick, fly to Atlantic City real fast. I'll meet you.
Well, that's an option I didn't consider until right now. Okay.
Yeah, hop
I didn't know that
right
was on
in,
the
man.
table.
I'll hop over there. No big deal.
Yeah. How far is that from your house?
I don't know. I assume I could fly there in like 45 minutes. Drive, it's a lot worse. I'd rather just drive to South Carolina than Atlantic City. So
Anytime, my friend. Oh man. All right. So your whole theory though on you could teach yourself anything is not true.
you don't think so?
No, because
I disagree.
I built this like paver sidewalk in my backyard, and I watched 100,000 YouTube videos on how to do it.
Okay.
So I did it, and now they're all crooked and lopsided, and it's horrible. It's a disaster.
It sounds like you're still learning from yourself.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're not quite done teaching yourself how to do those paver stones.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, and the last thing I wanted to mention to you, you mentioned you're getting a lot of VIX ads.
I am. Have you noticed that? Are you getting VIX ads
you know
too?
what I get? I'm getting these casting call ads.
Like to try to make you famous. This is a good
I don't
idea.
know what the scam is behind this, but there's some scam. I don't know what it's all about.
I think you should answer them, and I feel like we can start seeing you in like Benadryl commercials or whatever there is. I don't know what it's gonna be.
Yeah, old man commercials. Yeah,
Allergy commercials.
yeah.
I feel like I would be good in like a back pain commercial. Like we're like, oh yeah.
Yeah. I'd be good with dementia commercials. Oh my goodness. Anyway,
It'll just be Austin telling you to start your street share.
yeah. That's my notes for you today, man.
All right, cool.
Yeah. And then did you hear this morning with PAX?
No.
Here's the thing, and this I'm addressing the audience right now.
Okay.
Anytime you have an opportunity for the 10 minutes before PAX is scheduled to appear, you want to be on here because he doesn't turn his mic off when he's backstage, and God knows what he's going to say. It's the best part of my morning.
Oh man. Okay, cool. Well, I'm going back. Sav, don't clip that out yet till I got a chance to listen
today
to it.
he just laughed when I said something that was funny, but his laughter I heard it, and I think probably everyone heard it, and it threw me off completely. I forgot what I was talking about. Anyway.
I try not to do that to you. I try to stay on mute while you're doing your thing in the afternoon, but sometimes I bust through too with that laugh.
No, you got it. 5 minutes before PAX is supposed to be on. That's when you want to be tuned in. Anyway, all right, awesome, brother. I'm gonna do a edge alert to end the morning. You're back this afternoon. Is that true?
Yes, sir. Me and Nick.
Wow. All right. Looking forward to it, man. I'll talk to you then, man.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you, chat, and see you in a bit.
All right. So this morning I did say I was bearish. I don't know what I am right now, to be honest with you. I mean, I should have clicked the neutral vote right now, but I just wanted to show you the screen right now. We have the value area here is really, really tight and it's really flat, right? We don't have that point of control that's dominant. Right now, the official point of control, this is the E-mini S&P. Sorry, I should have started with that. And it's right. The official point of control is trading right where VWAP is trading right now. And this is the session VWAP for the mini S&P. We haven't had a breakout above the initial balance high. We haven't had a breakout below the initial balance low, and that's a rare condition for the E-mini S&P. For the London initial balance, we do have a breakout below, so that kind of set the pace for me to think, all right, this is going to be a little bit of a bearish day today. But really, the only kind of gamma levels that we've seen so far is that 0 DTE put support up here and that high vol level, which kind of defines the top of the day so far. So really tight range bound. I still feel like we should kind of explore the bottom part of the value area, but who knows? I mean, this has been sticky up here so far. It's lunchtime, going into lunchtime, things are slowing up a little bit. But I'm looking for a breakout one way or the other. And then again, we have that Stowe was talking about the overnight highs right there. That's the London initial balance high right there. And that is exactly 67.06 and a quarter. There's a high vol level at 67 even too, which could be a track price or attract some movement here. Let me show you where that is. That's right here. It's right here. This is a contract volume profile from the contract roll forward. Let me make sure I got all the data in here. Yep, I do. And so just that kind of point of control, or that high volume node as we call it, is right around 67.09, which is, we just missed it so far. The official point of control though is down here around 70, 66.75, 66.76, something like that. So keep your radar screen open for those levels as well as we go forward here. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin though. The Bitcoin is an interesting story, right? The Bitcoin did not recover yet. So this is a daily Bitcoin right here. We had the nice rally. This sell-off, look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is like 6 days in a row almost. Although we're not making a new lows, although Fridays was kind of extraordinary. And over the weekend, we just saw some negative prints here on my Kraken Pro app. I was checking that out all day Saturday, Sunday morning. We're below that 61.8 retracement right now, which means it's bearish. We're below the 50 EMA, double bearish. And the stochastics are crossing under relatively sharply here, triple bearish. So right now, I'm a little bit worried. We'll see if we can get any kind of drive up. Intraday, though, we do have some, again, tight range. Volume profile is not that great. Trading below VWAP. We have an equal and opposite candle formation on the initial balance. That first 30-minute candle, boom, big green. The second 30-minute candle, almost the same size body of a candle, and it's the opposite color. It's an equal and opposite candle, and that's typically bearish as well. And we saw some follow through on the downside. We're sitting right at that JAX3 level right now. Lastly, but not leastly, I think that's a thing. Let's go to gold, because gold just keeps, it's a gift that keeps on giving. Look at this. This is a daily candle here now, and I'm just going to adjust my my measurement here to see, since the 20th of August, 2025, we're up now 22.8% on gold futures. And there's no wick at this is a benchmark candle. It's a big one. It's a breakout to the upside again. We're huge price separation between price and that 8 EMA. There's no wick at the top of this daily candle. Super strong. Stochastics has just been strong ever since the beginning of September. So that's not helping us at all, other than this is a strong bull market with no sellers in sight. Again, initial balance breakout to the upside, right? It's intuitive to think, well, maybe we can't go any higher, but we can go higher. And not only that, there's not a lot of targets up here, right? All the gamma levels are low. All the high vol levels are below us right now. 61.66.9 is the next target I have up here. That's R3. That's another, what, $40? It'd be tough to get there today, but anything could happen as well. On the downside, I think this call resistance is really, really a nice place to think about support. 4,100 even. Bottom of the initial balance. It was for a long period of time resistance. Now it is support, 4,100 even. We're about 26 bucks over that level. All right. That is this afternoon's, or why do I say this afternoon's? Late morning Edge Report. Thanks everybody for being here. Appreciate the thumbs up. Appreciate the subscriptions. The giveaways were awesome across the board. A lot of fun. But really, thank you for supporting us. I think we're 151,000 now and climbing. We're going to get to that 200,000 sooner than later. So thank you for that. And don't forget about the challenge, the Arena Cup challenge coming up. There's 3 qualifying rounds to start. You could always still get involved in that, although it's filling up fast. It's going to be epic, $400,000 in cash prizes. Can't wait. All right. Having said all that, appreciate everybody being here. Good to see everybody in the chat today, and it's good to see everybody listening today as well. Even if you're not in the chat, thank you for being here. Having said all that, we'll see you 2:30, me and Shai, and then we're going to have Stowe back trading the close. So hopefully we'll see you there. Have a nice, relaxing lunch.
A ver, pues ¿cómo le va a hacer?
Sí, pues.
Carlito, dile pues, enséñale cómo se baila este vato.
¿Cómo le hacen así? Ya la cumbia la puedes hacer así también.
A la
Y hay
vez.
otras que puedes hacer así.
El corazón es el duro.
Ahora sí no lo hago porque ya no lo hago, porque ya no.
Ya está muy, ya está muy,
Ya cambió, ya no.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. My name is Jim Kagan, a senior market strategist, and we are going to hop right into an edge report, everybody, and get ready for the afternoon. Let's start with crude. We haven't talked about crude oil in a while. This is a daily chart. I have this thing going all the way back to, I don't know, middle of April. I just wanted to highlight these lows that we had way back here. This is May 5th, 2025. Drew a rectangle all the way across. Then we have a little bit of an area of support here that lasted a couple weeks. That's around 60, 70, spot 79, give or take. And then another bigger, actually longer area of support that we broke through. We broke through them both. We're in no man's land, kind of, and we're kind of in a 59 handle. And I don't know, usually when we're down in here, we get buyers pushing us back up, but we do have area of interest a little bit lower. So that's a 56 handle, 56.66, give or take, where my crosshairs is. So right now, baby candle, undecisive, not a lot of movement today after Friday's big sell-off. Intraday, though, we have an okay volume profile, but look what happened here. We just had a burst of volume right here at approximately 59.48. Sellers are starting to push this down a little bit. We're below that VWAP, that session VWAP right now. And we do have a target wick down here. And this was the bottom of the IB low. And that's well, I'll tell you what it is exactly. We don't need to be approximate. 59.21. So a breakout to the downside can get us there. I don't know. The pivot's in the way right here. The pivot's at 59.37. But there's a lot of volume right here. So it's going to be tricky to see if we get a breakout to the downside. I don't know what the answer is. That's crude oil today. The metals are just, I can't even talk about the metals. They're just moving. I should talk about copper, though. I'm going to talk about copper. I mean, these things are just rallying. Whether it's a flight to quality for gold, or whether it's a hedge, or whether it's rare earths, or however you describe it, it's a rally. So we have some steps: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps, 7 steps. But then we had that big Friday surprise. Guess what? Today we just popped right back up, almost an equal and opposite candle, not quite, but we're pretty much set up to close right where we opened on Friday. And kind of this is the market shaking it off and saying, all right, that was fun last week. Boom, let's get back to business, and that's that step formation on the upside. Moving averages are all sloping up pretty strong. And stochastics is pretty strong. So Dr. Copper, I'm also bullish on for sure. Let's take a look intraday. We have the point of control is north today. Double distribution if you use your imagination, because there's a volume deficit, I'm going to call it right down here. But that point of control is pretty prominent, I would say. 5.1495. Kind of trading right around it right now, right at that 1 standard deviation band. And that upper first standard deviation of the VWAP. VWAP's way down here by R1. Today, probably done for the day for Dr. Copper, but I'm looking for some more upside movement tomorrow. Let's shoot over to E-mini S&P real quick, and then we'll do the Bitcoin. This is surprised me, everybody. I mean, I'm going to admit it. I was wrong this morning. I thought we were going to get more of a pullback. Maybe it'll come, but I don't know. So what I did was I measured the midpoint of this previous day's big benchmark candle, right? And it's a big benchmark candle. You just look at it. So the midpoint is approximately 66.87. I used the fib to measure it. And we're trading above it right now. And a lot of people call that the piercing line or the midpoint. And we've recovered above it pretty quickly. So what I want to see tomorrow is another green candle. It doesn't matter how big it is. Just it could be small, it could be big. Then I might change my bias. So right now, we'll see. We're above that midpoint. Day's not over yet. But we do have a couple of areas of interest around it. We have a volume node right here around 67.10, which is pretty prominent. And then the official point of control is down here at around 66.70. And what I did was I set that volume profile from the rollover gap forward. The rollover gap was filled. No surprise about that. Forward, and it's given us a big area of interest right there as well. So we're kind of right between these two big volume nodes. One more thing on the intraday, I did want to mention, and a lot of people don't count this as a gap. I do. I mean, we had that gap overnight on Sunday night, even though it's the same session. That we did. Is that no? Wait. Hang on a second. Let me make sure I got my 10. No, this is the regular gap, right? So there's a gap down here. guys. I don't know if anyone's talking about it, and hopefully it's not a data problem on my part, but there's a decent gap down here. And boom, we're way, way above it right here. No view in sight. But remember, we filled that 606 gap, that '06 gap, in one day, one foul swoop. But right now, again, we're just sitting here at the top. High vol level, 67.05. Remember that high volume notice right there as well. Put supports up here as well. We have London initial balance high. Yeah, we probed above it a couple times, but didn't go anywhere. But it is looking pretty sticky right now. Here's the VWAP. Now the VWAP is above the point of control. Remember before I said, oh, here's a minor point of control lining up with VWAP. I'm going to delete that ellipse. Point of control is way up here now. So a lot of separation on price right now. This is actually looking strong going into the close. That is this afternoon's Edge Report. We are ready to trade the close with Nick for a tick, and Stowe is coming back for more. Let's do it. Whoa, there you guys are.
Hey, good afternoon.
What's up, everybody?
How you guys doing?
Oh, pretty good. I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, awesome. I started to double down on my workout regime to get ready for the Arena Cup. You guys, we have this Arena Cup coming up. 3 preliminary rounds. Top 10 go to the championship rounds. $400,000 in cash prizes.
Yeah, that's actually what I was just looking at too. I see that first the first qualifier is full. So yeah, I mean, people, you got to get in here if you want to get in. Next one. Okay, yeah, we're almost halfway through the second qualifier too. So yeah, it's $400,000 in prizes, man. No reason to not sign up for this.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be so fun. I signed up as Frankie Four Fingers, so I'm going to be ready to go.
Good. I see they got me on. I'm on with Tanya on Monday, so that's going to be fun. And a bunch of cool people. Jade Cap, Salma, and Lumi. So that's gonna be a good.
And that's going to be Monday after the meet and greet.
Yeah.
Good
luck to Stowe. Good luck to Stowe on that Monday.
Thank you.
Good luck to me doing the Sunday Open.
Oh, that's true.
After that weekend extended little trip in Florida.
Oh man. All right. Well, maybe I could shake down Tanya a little bit, get a little extra cash from her to peer pressure Stowe into a couple extra Jello shots, so that Monday morning he's not on his game.
I didn't know I was doing one Jello shot, let alone extra.
Oh, there's going to be at least. Yes, there will be no Jello involved. Believe me.
Okay, cool. I was gonna say we went all the way back to 10th grade for me just then. I was like, oh my, I haven't seen a Jello shot in a dog's age. I'll break him back out though. I'm not afraid of Jello.
Oh, when you have a subdivision in Halloween, you have like a Jello shot truck that drives around the neighborhood. Nick knows what I'm talking about. Look at that.
Yeah, they got. I mean, here they do adult apple cider is what it's referred to as, and yeah, a couple hours in, the parents get a little woobly.
Oh my god! I think it's on a Friday though this time, which is good.
Halloween? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a good one.
Yeah. So in any event, thanks for that. I mean, don't forget. Yeah, anybody who hasn't already, you have an opportunity to sign up. It's free, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to that. In any event, what are you guys thinking, man? The S&P is kind of sticky at the top here.
Yeah,
it was a kind of a fun early session to trade when we were just kind of violently range bound for a little bit, and then we kind of resumed back to I think what we've all been accustomed to over the last couple months, which is just the slow drift up, grindy type of price action with not a ton of range. So, Stowe, what do we do?
I'm gonna buy one right there, actually.
There it is.
Sorry. Yeah, my high time frame stuff is going fine, and I mean we've broken out of. So I was bearish in here. I like that we are rejecting this, and we are holding above 66.88. So I've been kind of leaning in this LVN here. This might have been a little bit of an aggressive buy, but
it was timely. You're starting off the show with the bang.
Yeah. I just did half though. So we'll just see. I don't want to give back too much of the day.
Jim says game on, stow long and strong.
Into the afternoon, but I don't know. Look good for a second. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyways,
All right.
I'm long above this 88, and I'm even more long above where the hell did that level go? Even more long above 91. So yeah, 91 to 88. This is my little go zone right here. But if we fail back into this, then I'll be done until we can get back out of that cloud.
Got it.
I don't know. It feels slow. It feels like it was a quick morning. Like Nick said, it was nice that ES was moving this fast.
Yeah.
Made for some quick points.
Yeah, I got aggressively trailed out of a runner when we just couldn't break this little low here around like 740s. I kind of wanted to see if we were going to take out the low of the session, perhaps make a run at like 705s, 702, and we just didn't. And I let my runner kind of get round tripped back up towards like 800s, which was not fun, but so I haven't done anything really since. Been just kind of sitting. I tried a short up here at the overnight high and got scratched. So
yeah, Tanya had a great trade this morning too. She was long a couple of units, and the thing about her trade that made it so good was her exit strategy and the way she handled it was great. So it would end up being a winner, and it was really well managed. So I recommend people go back and watch that.
Yeah, Tanya was pumped when I got on. I was like, nice.
Yeah.
Caught yourself a good one today. She's like, I did.
Yeah.
I sure did.
Yeah, she managed her targets and her stops perfectly.
That's awesome. Love
Tracy's
it.
in the chat saying, "Let's do it."
What,
That's our
Jello
girl.
shots? Jello shots? They're probably already doing Jello shots down there. I know those turkeys.
Turkeys. There was a term, by the way, you're not old enough to know this, but
I know.
in the 70s, when we were kids on the playground, that's what you'd call you call somebody, you're a turkey.
Mm-hmm.
That was a thing.
I'm bringing it back, Jim.
Well, you're bringing it back.
I'm an old soul. What can I say?
Yeah, you are. All right. Sounds good, man. Well, listen, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you, everybody, for the thumbs up. Thank you, everybody, for the subscriptions. We had Tanya's giveaway this morning. It was awesome, along with the Ninja Trader license. Deli gave that one away, lifetime license for free. That was super cool. So we're going to keep going, man. This is going to be Ninja Trader Live is just going to get funner and funner as we go. So if you could even believe it, if you could even take it, you know what? Just like in Spinal Tap, we're going to be at 11, baby.
The whole time.
These go to 11.
Anyway, appreciate everybody being here. Guys, wish you the best of luck on your trades this afternoon. Again, thank you very much. See you. I'll talk to you later.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Jim.
Nick, what's up, brother?
What's going on, man?
Oh, nothing.
Did you have fun last night?
I think so. It was a little wild.
It was different doing it with everybody, and I mean, you have PAX on. It's always going to be a party. So that was cool. I've never had the opportunity to be on with him as it was. So it was fun just to let him roll.
Yep. Yes. PAX was partying. That's for sure. Yeah, I was a little. I don't know. We're still like. That giant, I know we're not supposed to care. Don't tell Leo that I was thinking about this gap because I know it's not supposed to be talked about, but the fake gap that's down there.
Well,
it's pretty big.
That plus like we're so far, like I could see us not potentially filling that gap into, I guess, December rollover.
Yeah.
I could easily see that happening, but then I'm also looking at it and thinking the week opens down there, and I'd be upset if we didn't at least make a run at getting back to that spot from last night. So it looked like we were potentially going to this morning, but I don't know how much weight to put into certain things today with the banks being closed, bonds, all the other stuff's like that weird half holiday we're kind of in. So probably why we're just in a very violent kind of D-shaped profile roughly today.
Yeah, it's being super annoying. We are kicking off that band. Can't buy the point of control. 230. That's insane. I kind of want to though. I mean, that's my spot. It's all these highs.
Apparently, whoever this guy is at 900 on NQ too is just unlimited funds to keep buying it and absorbing everything.
Yep. It's
whatever
real.
this shenanigans was.
Previous month closed there at 24.9. I assume that's what's going on there.
Yeah.
I don't know. All that being said, I don't really have much left in the day as far as anything that I would look for. We've broken both IBs and we've broken both overnight highs. Yeah.
Yep.
So it might be a slow one. But that's okay. How's the chat doing? Good afternoon, everybody.
Everybody marked safe from Friday's crash.
Oh, XY's here. That's good. That's good.
Did you see GC today?
No. Show me gold. Show me.
I don't have gold. I don't have gold pulled up, but it's just been insane. I mean, it's 3% up. It just has been straight up the entire time. I was trying to find a trade, and it really didn't give me a great entry to feel comfortable with buying the highs.
Yeah.
Because it just every day is a new high, like even worse and more erratically to the upside than equities had been. So I don't know how to just keep buying the high when the overnight just keeps bidding it higher every night.
Yep. Well, I don't know anything about gold, but I know that when it gave that one pullback and that was it, right? It was like one gold liquidation day, and even that wasn't
Wednesday
that bad.
or Thursday last week, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean, NQ looks so much better today. I could just keep going back to this high time frame chart. Like, am I missing something? Is there something that I should be paying attention to? We're filling this out. Yeah, I mean, they both have that glaring gap, and like Monday, Tuesday, weekly open test is an important stat.
Yeah.
But that gets me into stat weirdness too, where I'm like, well, this is kind of an outlier scenario, right? We sold off and then aggressively had that like right at market close sell off a little further. I don't know. And then we gapped above it, and then we've just been meandering. Maybe more clarity will come tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, I think you're right in the aspect of you have that weird Friday, very news driven, tweet driven, whatever you want to call it, and then slowly kind of walked back all weekend. So it's like, are we really gonna even make a run at potentially filling that dang gap?
Yeah.
No idea.
That's okay.
If we lose 900s here, though, might get a little spicy. Maybe back to 840s, 850s, that month open for October.
That's kind of my spot for NQ to hold is, I was calling it like 830, 835.
When I had scratched out of the overnight high short, which I guess would have worked again here, that was my target. I was kind of looking for that. And I know that's like absurd. That was like a 100-point target, but it seemed somewhat logical at the time. And when we were down there towards 900s, I thought we were going to get it. But when you see that guy absorbing, you're just like, I'm just going to scratch out if we get back up towards my entry.
Yes. Many absorbers in the way today. That is also true. So much. The craziest part about the day for me was just this thing, this giant, like this isn't even something you could consider price action. This is just a straight line. And every time that happens, I'm like, okay, I'll take the shorts off the table until somebody shows back up again, because this was just infinity.
It was basically like 180 points, like straight up with no resistance. That was me getting round tripped on a runner.
Yep.
And I was like, what is happening? I'm like, is it really going to trail me out this far high? Like, I didn't really trail it like aggressively. Like, it was sitting above 800s.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't think it's going to get tagged. Nope.
I've been in base hit mode today because I'm,
That would have given me I think a much more positive day. Like I'm green, but I think if I just would have taken a few base hits off the table and ran away, it would have been a very good day instead.
well, it's those days like, I don't know. I feel like that's some of the market psychology stuff is just like after the giant liquidation or the giant green day. Either way, it works in both directions. If you have a huge day range wise, um, that has always messed with my profit taking the
Yeah.
next day and the next 2 days even. So I did a George Costanza to myself today, which was I will do the opposite. So I just took base hits. Yeah, Mark, maybe they did. I don't know. I mean, the sellers are out there still. I mean, they're trying, but there's bid two. A lot of two-way today. Yep. That's good. Firmament had a good Friday. Was everybody else okay on Friday? I was shocked to see how crazy that was for some folks.
Yeah, I had a good Friday, but I know it was tough for a lot of people because I think a lot of people I saw too that would trade futures, everyone was very early to try to knife catch that buy the dip, and everyone just got kind of ran over DLLs everywhere. And some were a lot worse than that.
Yeah. Winfred, no, this is not a Ichimoku cloud? Ichimoku? No, it's not. It's just VWAP bands. I just color the 1 to 2 standard deviations to fill it in, just so I can see if I'm in that cloud or not. God, nice. Big Capadon did fine just by not trading. Yeah, you don't have to trade. That's one of the benefits of being a independent trader is you get to decide.
And no one's forcing us to trade every single day. And I've slowly learned that. I don't know. Whereas there's certain things where it's like if you made X in a single month, then it's like, well, what if that was going to be your P&L over the next 3 months? Would you take it and you never have to trade for the next 3 months? And I had that weird thought, like, yeah, I might just for the mental capital. And sometimes I just get out of that mindset and you think you need to trade every single day.
Yep, it's true. It's constantly evolving for me too. Which isn't good. I mean, I wish it was consistent all the time, but that's part of the stuff is like you have to stay on top of your weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go again. 88. What you got?
Let's see if this 900 guy still wants them.
Okay, got my stuff on. I mean, I'd like to run these guys if we can. That would be cool.
Yeah, I would welcome that. I don't think it's unreasonable for us to go back to the month open for October, given the last 2 days, and just kind of settle there halfway through the month.
It's 900 guys. Like, please, more, please.
I'm so over this dude. This guy is driving me nuts around lunch.
Oh, impressive.
I was like, just let it go. I'm sitting there and had to get one off, and yeah, just this guy.
Not even mad. I'm impressed. Oh, my damn position tracker's not working. All right, whatever. I'll buy VWAP. I'll party. I'll see. Position tracker. I'll figure out what number I'm on. 562. Nice.
This guy.
Did he win? Did
He's
he win
still
again?
winning. Still winning.
There we go. He is there.
He's still there.
I mean, but if he goes away, it's gonna be pretty gnarly.
Yeah. We're back to probably the opening range.
Hmm.
When we say this guy, how do you know it's an individual versus multiple bidders? We don't. We just
don't.
like to have fun and think it's just one guy casually iceberging orders there the whole time because they're not sitting on the order book, but there's somebody there just continuing to sit on the bid.
It's business duck. He's down there.
It's business duck. That's fair. He's got unlimited liquidity.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, no, we definitely don't know. There's literally no way to know, but you gotta call it something. So that's what I mean. I've said this a lot, but I feel like the people that don't trade order flow miss out on the opportunity of getting extremely mad at random market participants at different levels.
This is a great example of that. Or if you're just like casually looking at candles, you don't really have anything else. Like you really have no idea what this guy's doing, or that somebody's doing this. And it may not matter. Like we may just roll through them eventually. But yeah, these guys show up from time to time. And I say these guys as if it couldn't also just be just an algorithmic program that's designed to hold price here.
You got to push it past if you want it. They might get it now.
Do it.
Do it. Do it. Do it. That's 82 spot too.
Is that a Bucky's hat? Yes, that is in fact a Bucky's hat.
You rocking a Bucky's hat right now?
Yeah, I had to kill. Get a free bird. I had to kill a few minutes as I was driving to my tattoo appointment on Saturday, and
how'd it go?
Decided to run into Bucky's to get gas and just experience the Disneyland of gas stations, and had to get a hat for the stream. Honestly, I did just get it for the stream because if you know, you know.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done trying to figure this out. I'll wait till it gets down to 75.
Yeah, NQ needs to give up like ES did.
Ooh, that would be cool, Blue Shark. I've never been to Bucky's. It's too far away. That came about after I was done doing all my wandering. So I've never got to go to one. But if they put one in Virginia, I got a better chance, that's for sure.
And we had Texas OU in Dallas at the Cotton Bowl on Saturday. So like that Bucky's was like an absolute madhouse.
Oh my God, I can't imagine.
Like leading up to it, because it wasn't even lunchtime, like it wasn't even noon here. So it was just people loading up for game day.
Hey Job, what's up, brother? Yes, that's true, Nicholas. It's also important to note you don't know what anybody's positioning means. Are they long? Are they short? Are they covering? Are they opening new positions? You don't know. Anybody that tells you that they know that is lying. Well, Leo might know, yeah. Ooh. Okay.
That guy.
Okay. But he lifted quite a bit there.
Mm-hmm. I really don't like this individual or individuals. That guy.
Yeah, it's not fair. You used to be able to know. Ever since Paxton Deli told me that, I've been super frustrated that I can't also get to know who I'm trading against.
Yeah.
Ooh, rejected 88 though. Mm. Take a little scratch on that. That did not continue. They lifted a bunch, but then they just slammed it right back down again.
And this looks so much worse on ES right now.
There's so many stops on NQ that are not safe at all.
Yeah. A few points lower, I would imagine, too.
Yes.
Let's see. Here we go. Let's see if we're going to just blast through it.
Blast for ants.
Yeah, that was very anticlimactic. I want 840s. Let's go. Since I got scratched right here.
Yeah.
Let's just pay everybody that took the short off my stop, which I'm pretty sure Dio did. Because he was telling me earlier. That was the plan. Yes. See, Dio's in the chat. He says, thank you very much. So Dio did, in fact, short after I got stopped out.
Nice. Good job, Dio.
I guess I don't know if I can call it a stop out, though, because I did scratch it at break even, basically. But same.
Actually, that reminds me, Nick. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I need to stop saying the word scratch. I think we all say scratch way too much. And it's often said out loud when I did take a bit of a stop, if I just took a couple points, if I just took a couple points in profit, I'm just like, I'm flattening there. I need to stop saying scratch.
It's fair.
Yep. I realized I was doing it the other day. I'll get hung up on a word. It'll turn into a crutch for me.
I kind of use scratch loosely with like a 3-point trade. I feel like in an NQ, like it's like 3 points. Like if I'm in and out around break even, kind of just, I call that a scratch, I guess.
Close enough. Close enough for horseshoes.
Yeah. All right, you made the effort, sellers, to break through the 900 guy, so you need to finish the job. Otherwise, this could end very poorly for you.
I mean, I like that. I like that they really answered that that offer lift and pressed right back on 88 there. So this is I've leaned off this a couple times today. Being below it is not the world's most fun thing for longs. Let's see what else we got down here. I mean, this low sucks. So
I know I was driving. That's why I really thought we were going to break it on NQ when I got round trip. We were sitting there at 740s and I'm like, come on, just take it out. ES looks like crap. Just do it.
The thing about a sucky low though is they might take all day. Make sure you're stopped out before they run.
And if you don't know what a poor low is,
summon the GIF.
I'm trying to summon the clip.
So,
if you don't know what a poor low is,
it's basically just a bunch of equal lows that have not been breached and reclaimed yet. And it's also something that frustrates the hell out of me. So there's that too.
Well done.
It does. It does frustrate the hell out of me.
Yeah, this one today frustrated the hell out of me.
Thank you, Zelino. I'm glad you liked that video bit. They made me stay extra after class to record that. Producers were like, you can't leave. And I was like, but I have to get my kid from the bus stop. They're like, tough. Nah, Llama, I don't like this. I don't like this anymore. I'm waiting for down here now. But even then, like I said, I've been leaning on this. Llama asked if I was getting in another long. I'm like, no. I tried it here but they rejected this 88. So I got immediately right back out of it again. Doesn't mean it still can't go up from here, but that was not the spot. That was not the time. So. Oh, yeah. Pump those likes, by the way, please. How many are we working with? 4?
15? No, I haven't refreshed the screen.
I hope it's more than 15.
No, 88.
All right. 88's not bad. Not bad.
God, back to the 900 guy. Really, guys? Really, sellers?
This is just frustrating stuff. Nobody's got any conviction at this moment.
Yep.
That's fine. Let's see what happens here again. What time is it? 3:06. Okay.
Now the bidders are angry. Buyers, excuse me.
Let me check on that view up band. Really trying to stay on top of this thing today and make sure it's floating a little lower. There's 816 and God damn it. Okay. 816 and 91.25. Okay. Okay. Yeah, for sure, Neo.
Yes.
Definitely.
Have DOMs up. Usually just the one I'm looking to potentially enter a trade into. I mean, I guess I could put another one on another screen, but I don't know.
Yeah, Neo, we're working on a new NinjaTrader DOM. Leo spent a bunch of time with Mike the other day, and hopefully we'll be able to get that end of the year into production for everybody. So you guys can see the stuff that we look at in the way that we look at it on our DOM. So that's the plan. I don't know if it's better. Huegos. I have no idea. I've never used the Jigsaw DOM, but I mean, it will have similar stuff, similar options, anyways. I mean, everybody uses their own DOM specifications, just like everybody uses their own chart specifications too. But just to have those opportunities to have those items all in one place, that's kind of what we're trying to do. So hopefully when that happens, we can, I mean, it should in theory double or quadruple the amount of stuff we can talk about, honestly. So. I agree, Fatfish. I agree. Stack of Bananas says they're up 3K on the session. It feels like it was a losing day. Yeah, I've been there. I mean, sometimes it's not about the money.
Yep.
Normally, if I feel like the way that you feel right now, I'm best served to close it down and go sit on the couch for a second.
Yep. Had those hard fought days as well where it's like could have been this, could have been that, overtraded, whatever. But yeah,
Yep.
I agree with Stowe. Sometimes it's just good to shut it, do something better, go outside, get some vitamin D, come back tomorrow refreshed.
Yeah, it's only Monday.
Yeah. And it's a holiday for a lot of people.
Did you really not get the first class ticket because you didn't want to be bougie, Nick?
No, I literally it was unavailable
Okay.
on the trip there, and then I just was like, I'm not going to worry about it. 'Cause
Well,
it's gonna be late.
I have a question about
Order
this stuff
filled.
in general. So I always see people on the internet with first class tickets or whatever, and they get their own get your own phone booth, right? I've never been on a plane with that. Have you? What-
That would be more of the longer haul flights, the international flights
Okay.
that actually have that like business class
Okay.
type of cabin.
So when I go to visit Kane and live in his basement,
Yes.
that's what I'll take to get there.
When you and I together go to the UK and visit Kane,
You want to come?
I mean, I've never been.
That's awesome. Me neither. I've been to everywhere over there except the UK.
That would be a lot of fun. Maybe we can summon Kane.
Kane. I'm trying to summon Kane. Yeah, XY, you guys deserve the.
Yeah, if anyone, yes, I agree with XY. If anyone deserved it, it was probably you. That's a long flight.
Well, the only airplanes I've ever really been on are just tiny, 2-3 hour trips. Other than, I mean, when I went to Europe forever ago, but that was a long time ago. So I always see the first class seats, and then I'm right behind them, and here's another 6 inches of leg room, and I'm like, this is pretty much the same thing. Yeah, okay. How do I get to those? How do I get to those seats with the bed?
Yeah.
How many clams we talking for that?
Not cheap. I think a lot of people get upgraded or use miles to upgrade for the average person that you might see.
Okay.
I mean, I only got upgraded once, and I used to fly a lot for work. But I don't think I was doing the kind of miles that some of those other people are doing because they have a absurd amount of spend on the Delta card or the American card.
Right. Yeah, I should start doing that. I do need to start running some sort of airline scam so I can get to this. That's a good idea. Is that what it's called, Jeff? Delta One? That's a good idea for Tintin. I do run a pretty serious maximize credit card spend racket around these parts. Vintage Trader says, do you consider options traders as sway, or are those the orders you see in the DOM? Yeah, this isn't options. The orders in the depth of market are just for the futures market, not for the options market. I don't know what you mean by sway, though.
Yeah, I don't either.
No, that's not stuff that we're looking at. $10K. Whoa. Okay, that's a lot. $10,000 for a bed on an airplane.
Yeah.
But how far away is Vietnam, though? How long of a flight is that? That's got to be pretty far.
Chill Guy says 5K for business class from London to New York.
Okay. Okay, goals. Hashtag goals. Maybe if I take the $5 megabus to New York, it would offset the cost of my business class ticket to London.
God, we are just stuck here at 900, guy.
I know. I almost bought ES again, but I did not. I think they're definitely walking it down. Feels like that at the moment. I don't have a spot to get in. I mean, really, there wasn't a spot for me to get in here either. Guess I could have shorted the overnight high, but I really didn't want to.
Right.
I don't know.
I got away with it once. I didn't want to do it twice.
I mean, it was violent up there too.
Mm-hmm.
This 7, 8, 10 spot. I like the chill guy and Jeff are having a really fun conversation.
Yeah, every once in a while I notice there are conversations going on in the chat that don't include us.
That's not true, XY. We still get to see you. You said you're going to trade from Japan.
Yeah, you're gonna do a new show during the Asia session, apparently. We're gonna talk to you about it this week. You can't say no. And I am kidding, production behind the scenes, obviously.
Supro asks, do you guys ever observe QQQ or SPY? I do not. Nick, do you ever look at those?
Sometimes, like a week like this, I might pay a little more attention because it is options expiration week. So I may look at some of the more round number type strikes and see where sometimes like if ES is trying to make a low and I happen to see the Qs are at like 600 and 600 is holding, like that's maybe where it just gives you that extra level of confluence. But most weeks I'm not paying that much attention to SPY and triple Qs. But I do trade them every once in a while with 0 DTs because why not?
Why not?
I did on Friday. Just got on the train.
That's cool. Did you smash some puts on Friday?
I did.
Nice.
And smart enough
That's
not
why
to,
Nick was
to try
partying
to.
up. Okay.
Yeah, Nick was in a great mood on Friday.
Hell yeah.
Paid for my expensive sleeve that I'm still working on.
Oh, that's great. If I was going to pay for any tattoo stuff, it would probably be removal at this point. Although some of them are so bad, they're gonna eventually come off themselves. Either that, or I'm gonna be like that old man sailor guy, and everyone will think that I was in a war when really it was just some bad tattoos.
Yeah, I'm very curious of what mine's gonna look like in my 50s, 60s.
Yeah, Alex, a lot like Popeye. Yes.
XY says if this stream gets 200 likes, Stowe has committed to getting a Dom tattooed on his back.
The whole back?
Yeah, we'll do a whole back piece. We'll put you under anesthesia, so we'll just knock it out like those NBA players do in a couple hours.
I don't know, man. I got a lot of moles. We could probably do book map before we could do a Dom back there.
The NQ price ladder is very elongated. Need the entire back.
Yeah, I don't think I need a trading tattoo.
Yeah, I don't think I would get one either. That doesn't suit me.
The Dom life is actually pretty good, Rack City. Or just Dom life instead of Thug life.
You guys. What time is it? Oh, God, it's 2:20.
Maybe other side of this note. Nah, we're just gonna close right here. That's what we're gonna do.
Probably going to close at 900 because why not? Although they are making another run to try to take out the high of the day.
We got a second for the Leo stat if we want it. ES is in so much weaker though.
I know.
Did this get up to? Yeah, we did that. If this can go up here and reject, let me go back to my thing again. $95. Ah, really faked me out there at that 88 spot.
Yeah, sellers gave me some hope right here. And then shut the door on me.
Yes, they did. What was my good idea, Llama? Did I say something out loud? So,
The
'cause
Dom
I
back
honestly
tested.
thought I was just thinking to myself. Look at this guy, 95, partying. Lifting a billion offers right here. Yeah, maybe. Just this little node. And I like that. So this is, let me zoom in. So this is a bunch of, passive selling here. Profile wise, there's a little ledge here. I don't know. Nick, did you buy any silly meme crypto over the weekend? Because I sure
No.
did.
I still don't even know how to do that.
I figured it out. I found my recovery phrase and everything. I was very proud.
There you go.
Yeah, it was sick. I was like, I'm in. So yeah, I bought a bunch of garbage. You feel good about it?
It's probably up pretty big now.
Well, I didn't do any leverage, so I'm basically just old man trading crypto.
Yeah, I had no idea you could do 50x leverage on memes.
So the thing that I tried to do it with, it says that you can't do that in America. So I don't, maybe that's not, but they were like, yeah, you can't trade perps or whatever it's called because you live in America. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I don't really know what that stuff means, but
Me neither.
all right, back to the overnight high on NQ.
What does the red star mean on my chart? This just means the delta dominance has flipped right here from being bid dominant to sell dominant here. So this is more bids. This is more offers in here, or more offer delta. So when you see this star flip up here, it means that these buyers have maybe lost their hand to some sellers. Similar thing over here. And then blue star is the opposite. But a lot of red stars today, honestly. Actually, this is a lot of delta flips for ES for a day, now that I'm looking at it.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, for me, I have set these ones are on really aggressive settings.
Yeah, I guess they're actually having.
And the NQ had 8 billion of them. Well, I'm gonna try to short. That's never gone wrong before, right?
Yeah. What could possibly go wrong?
98.50. I like that 98 guy holding up there. Yeah, it was a bunch of absorption at 98. I got to get back through this 95 guy, this 95.50 guy, because this was a ton of buying. But it looks like they're scooting stuff around for me, so we'll see. Yeah, Neo, you can look at Delta on a footprint chart for sure. Yeah, this is what Delta at price is basically showing you is the tick value, the sum of that tick value on a footprint chart. So it's just adding up the it's just the bid minus the ask at that price. Oh, Zach is going to get a Ninja Trader tattoo on his neck for $100 a month. You might be lowballing.
Yeah, that seems low. Just gonna be honest.
You might want to raise your prices, dude. Somebody might take you up on that, Zach.
As well as the cost to remove that also might be more expensive than you might make in the next decade.
What was I just watching? Yeah, that must have been. I can't remember what it was. Somebody like tattooed something ridiculous on his forehead to win a radio contest.
I did see something about
And
that.
It was,
I don't know
it was
what
a
it was.
joke. Oh man, was that real or was that just a TV show we were watching?
That's a good point. This is where there's too much AI and things in my life where it's like I don't know what's real anymore, guys.
Oh yeah, crud. That was it, Alex. Thank you.
But was that real?
Did that really happen?
Is that real? Or is Stowe correct where we actually saw that on some show we were watching? So
It's tough to say what part of the simulation I'm actually in at any given moment. Okay, yeah, that was it. Okay. All right, cool. So we all saw the same thing. Thank you.
Oh God, they're gonna bring it back to 900 guy, aren't they?
I hope so. I don't know. Jeff told me this was going to 655, so.
NQ, let's do it.
Yes, but that would still be a 50-point move.
Yeah, that would still be very aggressive.
Yeah, Fractal, I can't help you with those because I too find a footprint chart really overwhelming.
Yep.
That's why I do not use those. My brain is not able to look at that and deem anything from it.
I mean, at this point, I would love nothing more than to blow out all of these stops from this afternoon.
It's only 9 trillion stops down there.
Yeah, it's only like the entire day's volume basically traded. I'm shocked given like how wide the range was in the off the open, like 200 points, a couple of rotations each way.
Yeah.
That we got stuck here at below the overnight high, basically.
Oh, Jeff was talking about
SPX.
SPX, okay.
Yeah. Yes, that's much less fun because we basically are right there.
Let me make sure I'm not shorting into my high time frame thesis, which I occasionally will do. All right, I am. All right, 91.25. I'm going to take 4 points because we bounced off of that. That's fine. Okay. Another red star. All right, 91 quarter.
What's ES doing? Maybe back to the 80, 82s. I don't even know anymore. As I stated, I don't know what's real.
Well, I like this buyer at 91.25. This is, I mean, it's 3:30, so we don't have much left to do. But if this is going to be end of the day party, we don't have a Leo set to work with, so that's a bummer.
We do not.
But 91.25, that's what I'm leaning on. Got 2 on. I can prove my heart is true. Captain Price, I don't mind if it's the after party. After parties are cool too. Hmm. $51. Yeah, I mean, I could pull up a footprint again, but like there's no need for me to do that. I got the cheat codes. Everything I see on between my DOM and with Delta at price, that's the sum of the footprint. So it's fine. I like these candles the way that I'm able to observe them.
And then we usually do that when we enter trades. And there is the lovely, whatever it's called, the indicator that has the position tracker.
Yep.
There it goes. My brain turned off. Position tracker on the screen for both of us. I have not taken a trade since coming on the air. I got scratched out of my overnight high short, which apparently has worked 3 times this afternoon. Who would have thought?
That's the food bank up there.
Just like a long off, apparently 900 has worked several times today.
Still refreshing. Got to beat this 920 guy now. Captain Price says this market feels unreal when I get stuck in its pullbacks and then it's balancing and pretends nothing happened. Well, yeah. Sometimes your entry sucks. It's fine. There's nothing you can do about it. That's just part of the game. And an epiphany I had a while ago was that, just because the trade works like as soon as I'm out of it doesn't mean that my trade was good. It just means the trade right after mine was good. So I reframed that a little bit for myself, and I found it beneficial. Helped me think about my entries a little differently. Come on, you turkeys. I see you're in there. I see the bid. I see what it's trying to do.
You see what they want to do? I have no idea what these turkeys want to do today. What their plan was.
They keep lifting into this 95. It just can't get back past this seller now. And then there's this 920 absorber too. There's probably a robot playing a game between 900 and 920. Ooh.
George, yes, I am. I don't know which ones exactly, but yes. That's what I use for my monitoring ones. I don't know what to do here.
I'm just in this sketchy long. I still like it. Above this 95. There you go. Come on, baby. Thank you, Marcos. I appreciate it. Wait, you want XY? You want me to pick my own tattoo colors? You really want me to get a spicy mustard brown color tattoo?
Yes. They have to be in the color palette of Ugly Chart.
Guys, I have so many bad tattoos. So you don't understand. If I got a giant Dom tattooed on my back, it wouldn't even graze the top 3 of worst tattoos.
There's someone out there that probably has a Dom tattooed on them somewhere.
I hope so. I hope they get free stuff from Jigsaw for sure, at least. Eh.
I don't
them piling in?
Bids.
They're
Someone
trying.
just make a decision. Buyers are trying though, for sure.
Come on, you got to cross. You got to prove it. You got to prove it.
Nice company.
All right, I'll take one off. That's fine. Yeah, NQ is definitely strong. They're still stacking. If we break this high at 98.25, if we get through that passive sell, actually I have a feeling that person has more to fill up here. Because it refreshed before they had a shot at the whole thing. So this is what I'm really trying to see response at. But oh yeah,
There it goes.
that much first. Oh, Captain Price. I'm sorry, brother. I've been where you're at before. It's not a fun place to be. Don't think about it like that. It's not healthy. Don't rabbit hunt the market after you're already out. If you can't find a new spot to get in, just don't look at it, dude. It's not good. It's not good for your mental. I mean, the market doesn't care if you hate watch it. So
Yes. It definitely does not. The amount of times I've hate watched this market over the summer would shock you, but it does not matter.
you can't hurt its feelings. So the only person you hurt by hate watching it is yourself.
But what you can do is hate watch the market while watching us. Try to trade it, because that's what friends are for. And it's not fun to hate watch it alone, but you can hate watch it with friends.
Mm-hmm.
So make sure you've hit subscribe, hit the thumbs up button so that you can know when we're going on stream, so we can all hate trade this together.
It's true. I'm actually super excited about this. This was a great spot. If we lose this -1, then I'll get back out. But I'm gonna pump. Maybe we pump into the close. What if something crazy happens? Actually, I'm gonna kill that line. There we go. If you ever have a line on your chart and you're like, "What's that line?" Just get rid of it.
It can't hurt you if you delete it.
Yep. It's getting wiggly.
How many times is the overnight high kind of going to reject on NQ? I mean, if we go back to 25K, I mean, basically Friday never happened.
Yep. Yes, that's the saying. Nothing ever happens, except when it does, it's usually just real quick and then it gets canceled out again.
Yes, and then nothing ever happens again. Until the next time that nothing ever happens. If Friday turns into a nothing ever happens, like truly, I'm gonna be mad. Just turn back into, we had one day of fun, and then we're gonna slowly drift back into low volatility, drift up, new all-time highs, highs into the year end, Santa, all that fun stuff. So I hope there's a little bit more than just one day of chaos.
Forgotten traders too. If you need to hate somebody, you can hate me. I'm very resilient. My shoulders are broad, as they say. As long as you hit the like button, you can come in and say anything that you want to me and Nick. We will take it. If you're having a bad market day, you need to vent, come on in here. Just hit that like button first. We can be like the what the hell are those things called? Like the smash room,
Mm-hmm.
You familiar with the smash room?
The rage rooms or whatever?
Yeah, there we go. Yes. We can be like the rage room for the afternoon some days. If it's been a violent market day, you come on in here, just get it off your chest before you got to go home and hang out with your family. I'm good to go. Healthy processing of emotions. That's what we're trying to reinforce here.
When I was in college, we didn't even have rage rooms. It was just called my fraternity house. That was just normal for things to break like that.
Yep.
Regularly.
Well, we did. I actually feel like I personally invented the rage room. When I lived somewhere and I used to have shows in my basement all the time, and usually everybody that played there would stay at the house, and I had all this I had like a system of donation stuff that I would collect and take to Goodwill and take to the food bank and different things. But sometimes Goodwill will be like, "No, that plate sucks," or "No, that mug sucks." So like I would literally have all this stuff I collected and nowhere to put it. So I started doing this thing where at the end of the night, if you wanted to, you could come up and say something that's been bothering you, get it off your chest, and throw a mug against the wall, and then you kind of let that negative thing go and leave your life. And it was great. People loved it.
It's a good way to do it.
I mean, it worked. Worked for some folks, that's for sure.
They're really going to reject there
Like
again?
just broke a bunch of bongs. Sounds like a smelly problem. Vernon says they have an 800 EMA on the 3-minute and it's bouncing off of that. You're really using an 800 EMA? Is that real?
I hope not. That sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
I have no idea how we're going to close.
We're just gonna come back down here. I mean, look at all this buying though. Actually, yeah, I have no idea. Algo's just gonna do what Algo does. 7, 8. Pull back to the mid there. I'll hold on to this in case something weird happens. I paid for it a couple times, so yeah. Okay, we're in a good spot with the give back roll.
So did you see we had another rung on the infinite money glitch? That is the AI trade changing hands with Broadcom.
No.
Broadcom got a deal with OpenAI, so it's just continuing that circle of money and pumping semiconductor stocks, which just makes me laugh when I saw that this morning.
That's great. I'm glad that all these rich institutions have figured out a nice little circle of money they can give themselves over and over again. Yep. It's good. It's good. It's good for society. Firmament, do you want to start an AI startup? I don't know if I'm a great candidate for that. Just saying. Okay, 1.5 minutes to the algo.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to do anything. Oh, I wanted to short this up there, but it's so close to the algo, it just seems like a stupid idea. All this just to end up back at 900 guy.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Well,
can you share the indicator to to the left of your chart? I don't know. They're talking about me, or are they talking about? So I only have a few things on here. I've got a delta volume profile, a regular volume profile, and then I've got VWAP bands, and then just the MGI study from Orderflow Labs is what labels all my market generated information. Yeah, that's my face. It's not an indicator. You can't buy it. Well, you can. But
attention traders.
Pretty expensive.
It's algo time.
Thank you, Kane. Algo for ants.
and nothing ever happens.
Make the algo great again is what I'm saying. It used to be something back in the day.
It's so funny because I just think of Friday. I traded futures before we liquidated, and then I was trading options the second half of the day. I didn't even touch my cash account or anything. And now we're back to this nonsense.
Yep.
Of not doing anything. One day of fun.
920 guy.
And then the overnight just bids us up, so I don't even get to have a party with them
I know.
because I'm not trading Globex.
Well, I did try yesterday. I took that one trade. I got 10 points. I was pretty happy. Like 10 points in Globex is pretty good.
It's not bad.
And it was fast.
10 points on ES, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more than enough for Globex for me. But it didn't give me a chance to get positioned like it was going to keep doing that off of that I was looking at the 60, like 660. Not just because I'm a big Black Sabbath fan, which I'm actually not.
I can't believe they kept us in this range since the Euro close.
Don't speak too soon, Nick.
Maybe I'll
NQ went up there enough times. They're trying to make that low suck or that high suck.
Seriously, they are.
They're turning this into a poor high.
It's like I was very optimistic after 200-point rotations a couple times.
What we need is a double or nothing algo. That's what we really need.
Yeah, let's see. In 2.5 minutes. So, you excited for Florida?
Oh yeah, I'm excited. I got really cool golf shoes, but they don't fit. I was a little disappointed in that.
Oh no.
How you feeling about your swing? Have you practiced anymore?
Not great.
Not great. Okay.
It feels weird. It like just feels odd. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be slow. Like I'm definitely gonna. I don't know. We'll see. It's 9 holes, so I don't think it's gonna be too bad.
It's cool. We'll be partying, bud. Don't worry.
Yeah.
The only thing you and I have to worry about is not putting that golf cart in a sand trap or a pond.
I mean, this sounds like it's supposed to be a place of a nice place that
I've heard.
I may not be welcome normally. I'm gonna show up with a sleeve and some kind of like wacky looking golf shirt, and I don't know if I'm gonna belong. I might have to neutralize myself, wear a shooter sleeve or something.
Yeah, Deli's like, don't embarrass me. Hopefully they let me drive the golf cart. I don't know. But yeah, it's gonna be fun, dude. We're gonna kill it.
Great time.
Tanya says she's all practiced up and ready to roll.
I'm looking forward to kind of not trading Thursday and Friday.
Dude, me too. Me too. Big time. Actually, I might start tomorrow. Cause I'm off tomorrow. I might just be done. I might just kill the whole thing. Do a whole mental restart. I haven't taken like 4 days off, 5 days off, and I can't even remember the last time. Maybe last Christmas.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
Even when for me, it might have been like last Thanksgiving, like that week. I just was like, I know what's about to happen this week, and I'm not even going to waste a thought of sitting here.
Yep.
Well, at this point, a new high would be encouraging.
It would. 30 seconds. I mean, we're making new highs out of this leg.
Florida man, the nicer courses around here insist you drink fireball shots and bring Bluetooth speaker. I'm gonna doubt that, but
sounds good. DM me those.
That sounds like the par 3
names,
course in
please.
Newport Beach I used to frequent.
That's what I need. That's what I need in my life. I mean, I was told that Florida is pretty much like shirts are optional most places. So I don't know how strict the rules can be, Nick.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Desperate.
it can be such an interesting place at times.
I quit. I'm taking my 5 points. I don't care what happens to this thing.
I mean,
I don't.
that's
I
the
don't want
boldest
Jim coming on and being
cover.
like, "Stowe, what are you going to do with this into the close?" Because he always says that, and then it
And
always
hold
comes
it.
back in my face.
Nick, do you like living in Dallas? Yes, I do. I've lived here for pretty much a decade. It's good. I do miss the beach sometimes because the weather here is insane, but for the time being, it's home.
I do run into that Bluetooth speaker thing a lot when I'm golfing, and I'm like, "You guys really like to jam the whole time you're golfing?" I grew up like you are not allowed to do that at all. My grandfather would have been furious. People driving around listening to country music.
Yeah, we used to do it on public courses, like pretty regularly. But I mean, yeah, sometimes it's more enjoyable than others. Sometimes it's distracting.
Do you think we're going to see a gator? Dude, I hope we do.
I
I
don't
know
know.
we're going to see one for sure. Every time I go to Florida, I see an alligator. Every time. I've never not seen one. That's awesome firmament. Now that is some fun, dude.
Well, this turned into a nothing ever happens close, if I do say so. Hey, Jim.
Hey guys,
Jim.
you will 100% see an alligator
Yeah, absolutely. For sure.
on the golf course.
I can't wait. Jimmy, you golfing? You said no, right?
I am. I'm going to be hopefully playing tennis, or actually sitting by the pool might even be better with a nice gin martini.
There you
Okay.
go.
I'm going to golf and then I'll be keeping score for tennis, I've decided.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Alex, the
I figured
algos,
I
man.
could do tennis. I could do tennis, maybe. I don't know. Oh, XYZ's got the best solution. He just handed it to us on a silver platter. Thank you, my friend. Love you. Just bring a cigar and a martini. We'll be in good shape.
Yep, that's all you need.
Oh my goodness. Good job, guys.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I noticed you got out of that position relatively hastily.
I did. I mean, my idea's over. I like leaning off of this. I've been doing it all day.
Yeah.
But yep. Every time I've held a position into the close, not amazing things have happened to it. So I figured I might as well take those 5 points, put them in the bank.
There you go. And the bank is a good thing.
Yep.
Wow. All right, well, we'll see where we end up when the bell rings here. I was wrong today. I'll admit it. This morning, I felt, I didn't say I was mega bearish like on Friday. I was my relative, I don't want to, I was bearish though. So I was wrong. I didn't think yeah.
This seriously, this 11 o'clock. This was London being like, all right, let's unwind this mess, and then after that, no one was home. That's what I think. That's what I think about today's PA.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed, but obviously, London was like, okay, we're done trying to sell this thing. They closed, and then we just kind of dicked around.
Yeah.
We'll see tomorrow, though. Should I take tomorrow off and just quit for the week, Jim? Or should I stay in here and grind it out? What do you think?
So,
what's your official financial advice for me?
I don't know. I mean, no one's going to blame me if you do. This has got to be. I don't. What I would do is this. I would not make a decision ahead of time. I would just wake up tomorrow morning, do whatever Stowe does in the morning. It makes pancakes, or I don't know what you do.
It's not pancakes.
Do it and then decide. You don't have to decide now.
I'm actually the bacon guy. My wife is the pancake side of the breakfast.
Okay. So you make bacon and,
Yep.
you know, well, you got to eat something with the bacon, right? You just don't eat the bacon, do you?
No, I need my wife to make the pancakes. Every time I try to make a pancake, my kid's like, "This sucks."
I
You know,
guarantee you, Nick is the guy who makes the pancakes in that house.
Yeah, I am more the chef in this house.
yep, Nick's the cook for sure, 100%.
There you go.
What
Well,
we
that's
really
a-
need to do is get Nick. I've actually been trying to do this for a while. I need to figure out how to get Nick and Leo in the same place, not knowing that they have to cook for everybody, and then just provide the tools and just watch them slide into chef mode. I think the combo of both of them cooking at the same time would be truly amazing for all of us that were around it. So,
Do you have to do it like Iron Chef though, where it's like it's actually a competition between the two of us?
oh yeah, of course, of course.
And I'm going to be there in the kitchen waiting, right, with my fork and my knife.
I'll let you know, Jim. I'll let you know where it's at when it's at.
All right. Just saying. So I don't know, but I would say this just to add, just to finish my comment on you. If
Yes.
you're not feeling up, if you're not sure tomorrow morning, then it's a no.
I like it.
So you might wake up and be like, oh, all right, man, I had a good night's sleep, and look at this market go. This is perfect for my setup.
Yep, you're right.
You never know.
Actually, the idea that I'm thinking about not trading probably means it's going to be my setup tomorrow. So
All right.
the market can hear me say that stuff into the microphone at 4:00.
Yeah.
Always.
Always.
So tomorrow is Merritt Chris. We have just to kind of let me run this by everybody. Dan Roos is going to be with us as a special guest. He's a volatility guy. He's been around for a long time. He was a capital partner at Belvedere in Chicago. That's going to be our special guest. We have Farm for Tape Talk. Merritt and Chris are going to be trading the open. So Chris trading boxes and Merritt Black. XYZ is going to be trading live midday markets after his alarm goes off. And then we have Leo and XYZ. XYZ is doing double duty. Leo and XYZ tomorrow afternoon. And that gets us Thursday. Wednesday, are either of you guys around Wednesday?
Yep.
I'm not. No. So somebody's subbing for me. I booked my flight during my time like an idiot.
It's-
So
Okay.
It's me, Sto. I'm
oh,
covering
nice.
for
You picking up the slack.
I'm covering for you, then trading the close, and then jumping on a plane shortly thereafter.
Okay. Wow.
Awesome. What time are you guys checking in the hotel?
I get in late.
Well, since Nick is covering for me, I'll be there early. So
That was funny. All right. I'm pulling in probably around 7:30.
nice. Okay. Hit me up, Jim. You got my number.
Absolutely. We'll do it. In any event, great day today, guys. Appreciate you as usual. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Thank you, everybody from listening from whatever device you're listening on. You guys are all awesome. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. We're going to go hard tomorrow morning. We're going to be back at it first thing, 8 a.m. East Coast time, and we are pumped up about it. So hopefully we'll see you guys there. One last thumbs up and shout out for Stowe, Nick for a tick, doing it live in front of us. We saw it all happen, everybody. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Remember, most important message of the day for everybody. Please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys.
in einem